The loud-mouthed outcast is gone. In his place stands a king reincarnated, wielding aether and ruthless precision against Konoha's enemies. How does the Akatsuki survive when Naruto Uzumaki commands elements with the cold genius of Arthur Leywin? The Leaf Village is about to see a terrifying god.
The moonlight cast pale shadows across the training ground as 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki stood motionless, his small frame radiating an aura that made the air itself feel heavy. Around him, 7 older academy students lay groaning in the dirt, their bodies twisted in positions that spoke of precisely delivered strikes they never saw coming. Blood trickled from the corner of Naruto's mouth where one lucky hit had landed before he'd ended the fight. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, his blue eyes utterly cold, ancient eyes that had seen kingdoms rise and fall, that had witnessed death from both sides of a blade. Again, he whispered to himself, his voice carrying a weight no child should possess. I've been given another chance, but this time I won't waste it on loneliness. A small creature emerged from the shadows behind him, a peculiar hybrid that defied categorization. She possessed the sleek body of a fox, yet scales like obsidian armor covered her shoulders and spine. 2 small horns curved back from her skull, and her eyes glowed with an intelligence that matched her companions. This was Sylvie, his bond, who had somehow followed him across the boundaries of death itself into this strange new world. You're thinking about him again, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind, carrying concern that only a bond could express. About Gray, Naruto. No, the consciousness that wore Naruto Uzumaki's face like an ill-fitting mask closed his eyes. The memories were still fresh, even after 5 years in this body. He remembered the moment King Gray, the most powerful sovereign of his previous world, had fallen. He remembered the regret that had consumed him in those final moments, the crushing realization that all his power, all his strength, had meant nothing because he'd been utterly alone. Then he'd awakened again. Not as Arthur Leywin, the second chance he'd been granted in the world of Daikathen, but as Naruto Uzumaki in a world where people called their magic chakra and hid behind masks of false civility while hatred festered in their hearts. The village of Konohagakure despised him. The whispers followed him everywhere. Demon child, monster, vessel of the 9 tails. They looked at him with fear and loathing, as if a 5-year-old could be responsible for the destruction wrought years before his awareness. But Naruto felt nothing toward their hatred. He was a king who had faced armies, who had stared down legends and made them kneel. What were the fearful glares of civilians compared to the weight of a crown? What was their petty hatred compared to the loneliness of absolute power? "Let's go home, Sylvie," he said quietly, sheathing the wooden practice sword he'd been using. It was a poor substitute for Dawn's ballad, the teal blade that had been his constant companion as Arthur Leywin, but that magnificent weapon existed somewhere in this world now. He could feel it, a faint pulse in his consciousness that told him his bond with the sword had transcended even reincarnation. As they walked through the empty streets, people gave him wide berth even at this hour. Naruto's mind turned inward, examining the peculiar situation he found himself in. His mana core, that essential foundation of power from his life as Arthur, remained intact within this new body. But instead of mana flowing through the atmosphere, this world had chakra, a similar yet distinctly different energy that flowed through all living things. It had taken him 3 years of careful experimentation to understand the relationship between the two. Mana and chakra were like cousins, related but not identical. His mana core could absorb and process chakra, converting it into a hybrid energy that gave him advantages no one in this world could match. No hand signs. That was the first revelation that had made him smile. A cold, calculating expression that never touched his eyes. While ninja in this world wove elaborate finger patterns to shape their chakra into techniques, Naruto could simply will his hybrid mana chakra into existence, conjuring elements with the same ease Arthur had commanded them. The second revelation had been darker, more troubling. Sealed within him was something massive, something that thrummed with malevolent power. The 9-tailed fox, the villagers called it, though they spoke in hushed whispers, as if naming it might summon its wrath. Naruto had touched the seal once, just to understand what resided within him. The entity he'd encountered was Rage Incarnate, a being of pure fury and hatred that had immediately tried to corrupt him, to drown him in its malice. It had failed spectacularly. King Gray had not conquered nations by succumbing to emotional manipulation. Arthur Leywin had not become the strongest through weakness of will. The Nine Tails had crashed against his consciousness like a wave against an iron cliff, and Naruto had simply stared into those massive eyes with the indifference of someone who had killed gods. "You're in my body," he told the beast, his mental voice carrying absolute authority, "which means you serve me, whether you like it or not. Rage all you want. I've faced worse than an oversized fox." The Nine Tails had recoiled, confused by this child who spoke with the weight of ages, who looked at ultimate power and found it unimpressive. Since then, an uneasy truce existed. The fox raged behind its seal, but it raged quietly, perhaps sensing that its container was something far more dangerous than a mere child. Naruto reached his apartment, a small, shabby space that the village provided out of obligation rather than care. Sylvie leaped onto the windowsill, her scales catching the moonlight as she settled into her preferred spot. "We start proper training tomorrow," Naruto said, more to himself than to her. "I've spent 5 years in this body understanding its limits, adapting my mana core to this world's energy. Tomorrow, I remember what it means to be a king." "You were lonely as a king," Sylvie reminded him gently. "That's why you died with regrets." "Why become that again?" Naruto was silent for a long moment, staring at his small hands, hands that remembered wielding Dawn's ballad with perfection, that remembered the weight of a crown and the burden of absolute power. "Because loneliness is better than weakness," he finally said. "And in a world like this, where power determines everything, I won't be weak again. But," he paused, something softening in his expression for just a moment, "but maybe you're right. Maybe this time I can find strength without complete isolation. If such people exist in this world." The next morning, Naruto stood in a private training ground deep in the forest outside Konoha's walls. Sylvie watched from a nearby branch as he began the process that had defined both his previous lives. Training. His body was young, only 5 years old, but his muscle memory was eternal. He fell into the opening stance of the sword forms that had made King Gray legendary, then transitioned into the more refined techniques Arthur Leywin had mastered. But he had no sword. "Not yet." "Mana blade," he whispered, extending his hand. The air shimmered, chakra and mana swirling together in response to his will. A blade of pure energy materialized in his grip, glowing with a faint teal light that made his heart ache with memory. It wasn't Dawn's ballad. Nothing could truly replace that weapon, but it would serve. He moved through the forms, each strike perfect, each transition flawless. His small body should have been a limitation, but the hybrid energy flowing through him enhanced his physical capabilities far beyond what any child should possess. Speed, strength, precision, all of it came as naturally as breathing. "Burst step," he said, vanishing from his position and reappearing 10 feet away in an instant. The technique, which had allowed Arthur to close distances with enemy mages before they could react, worked even better in this world where ninja relied on hand signs that took precious seconds to complete. He practiced for hours, relearning the feel of combat in this smaller frame, adapting his techniques to accommodate his current physical limitations. The sun climbed higher, painting the forest in shades of gold and green, and still Naruto trained. Finally, he paused, breathing steady despite the exertion. Sweat dripped down his face, but his expression remained calm, focused. "Elemental conjuring," he said, extending both hands. "Fire." Flames erupted from his palms without a single hand sign, spiraling into a vortex that incinerated a nearby training dummy in seconds. He shifted his focus. "Water." The fire vanished, replaced by a sphere of water that floated between his hands with perfect control. Earth, wind, lightning, ice. He cycled through each element, demonstrating mastery that should have taken decades to achieve. This was the advantage of being a quadra-elemental deviant, a rarity even in his previous world. Combined with this world's chakra system, it made him something unprecedented. A ninja who could use all elemental releases without the genetic limitations of Kekkei Genkai or the restrictions of chakra nature. Someone's coming, Sylvie warned, her mental voice sharp. Naruto dispersed the water sphere and turned toward the forest's edge. A moment later, a figure emerged, a man with a scar across his nose and kind eyes that widened upon seeing the devastated training area. Naruto? Iruka Umino, one of the academy instructors, stared at the destruction in disbelief. What? How did you do all this? Naruto regarded him coolly, analyzing. Iruka was one of the few people in this village who had shown him anything resembling kindness. Not pity, not obligation, but genuine concern. It was such a rare quality that Naruto had actually noticed it. Practice, Naruto said simply, his voice devoid of the childish enthusiasm one would expect. I assume you're here to tell me something, Umino-san? Iruka blinked, clearly thrown off by the formal adult manner of speaking from a 5-year-old. Yes, the academy is starting enrollment for your age group. I wanted to make sure you knew about it in case you wanted to attend. The academy, a place where children played at being ninja, where they learned basic techniques in history and theory. To someone who had commanded armies and mastered techniques that could split mountains, it sounded utterly tedious, but it was also necessary. Naruto needed to understand this world's power structures, its politics, its capabilities, and he needed to do so without revealing the full extent of his abilities too soon. Let them think him talented but manageable. Let them underestimate him while he gathered information and resources. I'll attend, Naruto said. When does it start? Next week. Iruka hesitated, then stepped closer. Naruto, I know the village hasn't been kind to you, but the academy is different. It's a place where you can make friends, where you can learn to become a shinobi. Child, you don't have to be alone. Alone. The word resonated in Naruto's chest like a struck bell. He looked at Iruka, really looked at him, and saw something familiar, the scar of loss, the weight of loneliness, worn like armor. This man understood isolation, perhaps better than most. I appreciate your concern, Umino-san, Naruto said, his voice softening slightly. I'll keep that in mind. Iruka nodded, seeming satisfied, though confusion still lingered in his eyes. As he turned to leave, he paused. Naruto, one more thing. That creature with you, what is it? Naruto glanced at Sylvie, who had made herself visible on the branch. In this world, summons existed, so a bonded creature wouldn't be completely unheard of. She's my companion, Naruto said. Her name is Sylvie. She's been with me for as long as I can remember. Which was technically true, if one counted memories from past lives as remembering. Iruka studied Sylvie with fascination, then nodded slowly. She's remarkable. I've never seen anything quite like her. He smiled. Take care of each other. After Iruka left, Naruto stood in silence, processing the interaction. Kindness from a stranger was such a foreign concept that he almost didn't know how to respond to it. As King Gray, people had feared him. As Arthur Leywin, people had respected his power but never truly understood him. Perhaps in this life, things could be different. Perhaps he could find the balance between strength and connection that had eluded him before. You're changing, Sylvie observed, jumping down from the branch to land on his shoulder. That's good. The Gray I knew was powerful but empty. Arthur learned to care. Maybe Naruto will learn to live. Maybe, Naruto agreed quietly. But first I need to understand this world. And to do that, I need to play their game. The academy years passed in a blur of carefully calculated mediocrity. Naruto attended classes with students his age, children who laughed and played and dreamed of becoming great ninja without understanding the blood and sacrifice such dreams demanded. He watched them with the detachment of someone observing a different species, occasionally amused by their innocence, often frustrated by their naivety. The instructors tried to teach him chakra control exercises, leaf balancing, water walking, tree climbing. Naruto performed them with the bare minimum effort required to pass, internally scoffing at how primitive they were compared to mana rotation techniques that could deflect attacks, moving faster than sound. He sat through history lessons about the ninja villages, about the previous wars, about the legendary Sannin and the fourth Hokage. This last topic always made the other students glance at him with poorly concealed hostility, though they never understood why. Naruto knew, of course. He'd pieced together the truth from overheard conversations and careful observation. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sealed the Nine Tails within him as a newborn. The village saw him as the demon's vessel, never considering that he was also the fourth son, a legacy they discarded in favor of hatred. The irony was almost amusing. They feared him for containing a power he could easily dominate, while being completely unaware that the real threat wasn't the fox at all. It was the king wearing a child's face. In his second year at the academy, Naruto encountered someone who would change his perspective on this new life. Her name was Hinata Hyuga, a small girl with pale lavender eyes and dark blue hair. She was shy to the point of invisibility, often hiding behind others, stuttering when called upon, clearly crushed under some invisible weight. Naruto noticed her because she watched him, not with the fear or hatred of the other villagers, but with something else, curiosity, perhaps, or recognition of a kindred spirit. She would glance at him during class, then quickly look away when he met her gaze, her face flushing with embarrassment. He found it curious. One day, after classes ended, Naruto found Hinata sitting alone by a tree, tears streaming down her face as she stared at her hands. The other students had already left, eager to return home to families that loved them. Naruto approached quietly, Sylvie trailing behind him like a shadow. When Hinata noticed him, she startled, quickly wiping her eyes. I'm sorry, she stammered. I didn't mean to. Why are you crying? Naruto asked directly, sitting down beside her without invitation. Sylvie curled up at his feet, her intelligent eyes studying the Hyuga girl with interest. Hinata seemed shocked by the question, as if no one had ever bothered to ask. My father says I'm too weak, that I'll never be worthy of the Hyuga name, that I'm a failure. Naruto was silent for a moment, processing this. In his years as King Gray, he'd encountered countless nobles who placed bloodline above capability, who valued tradition over talent. He'd killed most of them. Your father is an idiot, he said bluntly. Hinata's eyes widened in shock. What? Strength isn't determined by meeting someone else's expectations, Naruto continued, his voice carrying the weight of experience. It's determined by how you choose to face the challenges before you. If your father can't see your worth, that's his failure, not yours. It was similar to the philosophy Arthur had developed after years of reflection. That true strength came from protecting what mattered, not from power for its own sake. Hinata stared at him with an expression of wonder, as if he'd spoken some profound truth. Do you really believe that? I know it, Naruto said. I've lived long enough to understand the difference. Which was true, even if she couldn't comprehend the full meaning behind his words. From that day forward, something shifted. Hinata began seeking him out during lunch breaks, sitting quietly beside him while he read advanced texts that should have been far beyond an academy student's understanding. She didn't ask invasive questions, didn't demand his attention. She simply existed in his space, finding comfort in shared silence. Naruto found her presence not unpleasant. She reminded him of Tessia from his Arthur life, gentle, kind, but with a core of steel that was slowly being revealed. He began teaching her small things, techniques that would help her in combat without revealing the true extent of his abilities. Your gentle fist style relies on precision, he told her during one private training session in the forest. But you're hesitating, pulling your strikes at the last moment. Why? I don't want to hurt anyone, Hinata admitted quietly. Then you'll die, Naruto said flatly. Combat isn't about being cruel, it's about being effective. If you hold back against an enemy who won't extend you the same courtesy, you're not being kind, you're being foolish. He demonstrated a strike, his palm moving with such speed that it created a visible distortion in the air. This is a basic palm strike enhanced with chakra flow, but watch what happens when you add rotation to the chakra. He struck a training dummy, and the internal structure exploded outward, the rotation of chakra creating a spiral of destruction far beyond what the gentle fist normally achieved. Hinata stared in amazement. How did you? I adapted it from a technique I read about, Naruto lied smoothly. In truth, it was a modified version of mana rotation, scaled down to something she could eventually learn. The principle is simple. Moving energy is more powerful than static energy. Your gentle fist already disrupts chakra points. Imagine what it could do if the chakra itself was already in motion when it struck. Over the following months, Hinata's confidence grew. Her father's disapproval still stung, but she began to stand straighter, speak with more certainty. The change didn't go unnoticed by the academy instructors, who whispered among themselves about the odd friendship between the demon child and the Hyuga heiress. Naruto didn't care what they thought. In Hinata, he'd found someone who reminded him that strength and kindness weren't mutually exclusive, that power could be wielded with compassion rather than cruelty. It was a lesson he'd learned too late in his previous lives. Perhaps in this one, he could do better. By his 4th year at the academy, Naruto's reputation had shifted from demon child to prodigy. The instructors couldn't ignore his perfect scores on written exams, his flawless execution of basic techniques, his natural understanding of strategy and tactics that surpassed even their own. What they didn't know was that Naruto was holding back enormously. When they asked him to perform the clone jutsu, he created 3 perfect replicas using a fraction of his chakra. When they tested his accuracy with shuriken, he hit the center of each target while deliberately missing the true bullseyes by millimeters. He was playing a role, acting the part of a talented student who worked hard to overcome his status as a Jinchuriki. Let them think his abilities came from dedication and natural talent. Let them remain ignorant of the king who walked among them. One person, however, wasn't fooled. Iruka had been watching Naruto carefully over the years, and what he saw troubled him. The boy was brilliant, there was no denying that, but there was something off about him. The way he held himself, the cold calculation in his eyes, the complete lack of surprise when learning new techniques. It was as if he already knew everything they taught him and was simply going through the motions. After one particularly easy exam, Iruka asked Naruto to stay after class. "You're not trying," Iruka said once they were alone. Naruto regarded him with those ancient blue eyes. "I passed the exam with perfect marks." "That's exactly my point. You didn't even read the entire test before filling in the answers. It was like you already knew what would be asked." Iruka leaned forward, his expression serious. "Naruto, I know you're hiding something. I don't know what it is, and maybe it's not my business, but I need to know. Are you planning something? Should I be concerned?" For a long moment, Naruto considered lying. It would be easy to deflect, to offer some explanation that would satisfy the instructor's curiosity. Instead, he chose partial truth. "I'm not planning anything malicious against the village, if that's what you're asking," Naruto said. "But you're right, I am hiding things. Things I'm not ready to share, possibly things I'll never share. All I can tell you is that my goal is to become strong enough that no one can dictate my life for me. Strong enough to protect the few people I've chosen to care about." Iruka studied him, seeing something in Naruto's expression that made him sad. "You sound like you're carrying a burden far heavier than any child should bear." "Perhaps," Naruto agreed, "but it's my burden to carry." "You don't have to carry it alone," Iruka said gently. "I know you don't trust easily, and given how the village treats you, I can't blame you. But Naruto, you're not alone. Whatever you're facing, whatever weight you're carrying, you have people who care. I care." The word struck something deep in Naruto's chest. How long had it been since someone had offered him unconditional support? Even as Arthur, people's loyalty had come with expectations, with conditions. But Iruka offered something simpler, more genuine. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said, and for once, his voice carried genuine warmth. "I'll remember that." The day Naruto turned 12, he stood in his apartment and made a decision that would change everything. It was time to reclaim what was his. Dawn's ballad was out there, somewhere in this world. He could feel it, a constant pull in his consciousness that had grown stronger over the years. The bond between a wielder and their weapon didn't break simply because of death. It transcended lifetimes, enduring through reincarnation itself. "Sylvie," he said, and his bond lifted her head from where she'd been napping. She was larger now, about the size of a medium dog, her scales gleaming with an inner light. "I need you to track the blade. Can you feel it?" Sylvie closed her eyes, extending her senses beyond the physical. "Yes," she said after a moment. "It's distant, but I can feel it. North, toward the Land of Iron." The Land of Iron, a neutral nation of samurai, warriors who wielded swords with mastery that supposedly rivaled ninja techniques. It made sense that Dawn's ballad would end up there, drawn to a place where blades were revered. "We'll go tonight," Naruto decided, after the academy graduation ceremony. The graduation was a formality at this point. Naruto had already demonstrated proficiency in all required skills, had scored perfectly on every exam. There was no question that he would become a genin. The ceremony itself was brief and unremarkable. One by one, students were called forward to receive their headbands, the symbol that marked them as official ninja of Konoha. When Naruto's name was called, he walked forward with quiet confidence, accepting the headband from the third Hokage himself. The old man studied him with eyes that held both curiosity and concern. "Congratulations, Naruto. You've shown remarkable progress during your time at the academy." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied with perfect politeness. "I hope you'll use your talents to protect this village," the Hokage continued, and there was a weight to his words, a subtle probe for Naruto's intentions. "I'll use my talents to protect what I choose to protect," Naruto said, meeting the Hokage's gaze without flinching. "Loyalty must be earned, not demanded." For a moment, the aged leader looked troubled, perhaps seeing in Naruto's eyes the same thing Iruka had noticed, that this was no ordinary child, no simple weapon to be wielded for the village's benefit. But the moment passed, and Naruto moved on, taking his place among the newly minted genin. That night, as the village slept, Naruto and Sylvie slipped through the shadows, moving with a silence that would have impressed even Anbu operatives. They left no trace, no sign of their passage, as they crossed the village walls and ventured into the forest beyond. The journey to the Land of Iron took 3 days of continuous movement, traveling at speeds that would have exhausted normal ninja, but barely taxed Naruto's enhanced physiology. He used burst step to cover ground rapidly, his hybrid chakra mana providing nearly limitless stamina. Sylvie flew above him when they crossed open terrain, her wings, which had finally developed in the past year, carrying her effortlessly through the air. At night, they rested briefly, Naruto meditating to refine his chakra control while Sylvie kept watch. On the 3rd day, they reached the Land of Iron. The nation was covered in snow, mountains rising like white teeth against the sky. Samurai in traditional armor patrolled the borders, their hands resting on katanas that gleamed with careful maintenance. Naruto avoided them easily, using Mirage Walk to conceal his presence completely as he made his way toward the source of the pull he felt. It led him to a temple built into the side of a mountain, a place where master swordsmiths came to forge legendary blades. Guards stood at the entrance, but they might as well have been statues for all the challenge they presented. Inside the temple, Naruto followed the bond to a private chamber deep within the mountain. There, displayed on a simple stand, was Dawn's Ballad. The sword was exactly as he remembered, a teal blade that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the edge so sharp it appeared to cut through space itself. The hilt was wrapped in black leather, worn from years of use by Arthur's hand, and the crossguard bore the subtle engravings of ancient runes. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. After 12 years, after an entire lifetime of being separated from this weapon, he was finally reunited with his partner. He reached out slowly, reverently, and wrapped his fingers around the hilt. The moment his skin made contact, the sword blazed with light. Teal flames erupted along the blade, not consuming, but celebrating, recognizing its true wielder after years of dormancy. The bond snapped back into place with an almost audible click, and Naruto felt complete in a way he hadn't since awakening in this world. "Welcome back," the sword seemed to whisper, though it had no voice. "I've been waiting." "As have I," Naruto whispered in response. Alarms sounded throughout the temple. The light show had been impossible to miss, and now samurai were rushing toward the chamber, weapons drawn and ready to defend what they clearly believed was their property. The first warrior burst through the door, katana raised high. "Stop, thief! That blade is mine," Naruto finished calmly, turning to face them. Dawn's Ballad hung easily in his grip, feeling as natural as an extension of his own arm. "It has always been mine. Your people were merely keeping it safe until I could reclaim it." "Impossible," another samurai snarled, joining his companion. "That sword was forged by the greatest smith in the Land of Iron a century ago. No child could." Naruto moved. One moment he was standing still. The next, he was behind both samurai, Dawn's ballad returning to its sheath with a soft click. The two warriors stood frozen, confusion on their faces, before their katanas fell apart in pieces, cut so precisely that the metal simply separated into perfectly even segments. "I have no desire to kill you," Naruto said quietly, his voice carrying absolute authority. "This blade is mine by right of bond, by right of mastery, by right of lifetime spent perfecting the art of swordsmanship. Challenge me if you must, but know that you will lose." More samurai filled the chamber, dozens of them, all highly trained warriors who had dedicated their lives to the sword. They surrounded Naruto in a loose circle, weapons ready. The leader, a grizzled veteran with scars crossing his face, studied Naruto with narrowed eyes. "That blade has rejected every warrior who attempted to wield it. It has killed masters who tried to claim it through force. Yet you hold it as if you've known it your entire life." "I've known it far longer than that," Naruto replied, "and I'm giving you one chance to stand down. I will leave your nation peacefully with my sword, and no blood needs to be shed. Or you can try to stop me, and I'll show you exactly why this blade chose me." The leader was silent for a long moment, clearly weighing his options. Then, slowly, he lowered his weapon. "Let him pass," he said to the shock of his subordinates. "There are some bonds that transcend ownership, some truths that can be seen in a warrior's eyes. This boy, whoever he truly is, that sword belongs with him." Naruto inclined his head respectfully. "You have my gratitude. Your wisdom honors the way of the blade." As he walked through the parted ranks of samurai, Sylvie at his side and Dawn's ballad secure at his hip, Naruto felt something settle within him. He was whole again, complete, ready to face whatever challenges this world would throw at him. The journey back to Konoha took only 2 days. Naruto no longer had reason to pace himself. He returned to the village under cover of darkness, slipping back into his apartment as if he'd never left. The next morning, he reported for team assignments at the academy, Dawn's ballad concealed beneath a sealing scroll he'd borrowed from the library. No one questioned how a fresh genin had acquired such a tool. The team assignments were predictable in their irony. Naruto found himself placed on Team 7 with Sasuke Uchiha, the village's other prodigy, blessed with the prestigious Sharingan bloodline and a superiority complex to match, and Sakura Haruno, a civilian-born girl whose main defining characteristic seemed to be her infatuation with Sasuke. Their Jonin instructor was Kakashi Hatake, the famed copy ninja who arrived 3 hours late to their first meeting. Naruto spent those 3 hours observing his teammates. Sasuke sat with his arms crossed, radiating arrogance and barely concealed contempt for everyone around him. Sakura alternated between fawning over Sasuke and glaring at Naruto, as if his mere existence was an insult. He felt nothing toward either of them. They were children playing at being warriors, completely unaware of what true combat entailed. When Kakashi finally appeared in a swirl of leaves, offering a lazy apology for his tardiness, Naruto studied the Jonin with analytical precision. The man was skilled. The chakra control required for the instant teleportation technique he just used was impressive by this world's standards, and his reputation suggested combat experience that surpassed most Jonin, but he was still leagues below what Arthur Leywin had faced and conquered. "Well, how about we start with introductions?" Kakashi said, his visible eye curving in what might have been a smile. "Tell me your name, your likes, dislikes, and your dream for the future." Sakura went first, giggling about how her like was sitting right next to her while shooting Sasuke obvious glances. Sasuke went next, speaking only of his ambition to restore his clan and kill a certain someone, his eyes dark with barely restrained hatred. Then it was Naruto's turn. He met Kakashi's gaze calmly. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training and perfecting my techniques. I dislike people who mistake arrogance for strength." He paused, and something cold entered his expression. "My dream is to protect those few I've chosen to care about, and to never again experience the loneliness of absolute power." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning that none of his teammates could fully grasp. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly, clearly picking up on the strange maturity in Naruto's speech. "Interesting," the Jonin said slowly. "Well then, tomorrow we have our real test. Meet me at Training Ground 3 at 5 a.m. and don't eat breakfast. You'll just throw it up." The next morning, Naruto arrived at Training Ground 3 exactly on time, Sylvie perched on his shoulder. Sasuke was already there, leaning against a post with practiced nonchalance. Sakura appeared a few minutes later, yawning. Kakashi arrived 2 hours late. Sorry, got lost on the path of life, he said cheerfully, completely ignoring their irritated expressions. He held up 2 small bells. Here's the test. You need to take these bells from me before noon. There are only 2 bells, which means one of you will fail and be sent back to the academy. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Sakura looked worried. Naruto simply waited, already seeing through the deception. This is a test of teamwork, he said flatly. The number of bells is irrelevant. You want to see if we'll work together or fight among ourselves. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. Oh, that's quite perceptive. It's also poorly designed, Naruto continued. Real combat doesn't give you the luxury of artificial cooperation. If you want to test our abilities, test them directly. These games waste everyone's time. Sasuke scoffed. Scared? Dead last? Naruto turned to look at the Uchiha, and something in his gaze made Sasuke take an involuntary step back. I'm trying to save you from embarrassment, Uchiha, but if you want to learn the hard way, that's your choice. Enough talk, Kakashi interrupted, his tone shifting to something more serious. The test starts now. Sasuke and Sakura immediately scattered, hiding in the surrounding trees. Naruto simply stood in the clearing, making no attempt to conceal himself. Kakashi studied him curiously. You're not going to hide? Why would I? Naruto asked. Hiding implies I have something to fear. For a moment, Kakashi wondered if this was bravado or stupidity. Then Naruto moved, burst step. One instant, Naruto was standing 10 feet away. The next, he was directly in front of Kakashi, one hand extended toward the bells with speed that shouldn't have been possible for a fresh genin. Kakashi reacted on pure instinct, substituting himself with a log at the last possible second. He reappeared behind Naruto, kunai ready to touch the boy's back in what would have been a victory, except Naruto had already spun, his hand catching Kakashi's wrist with a grip that made the Jonin's eyes widen in shock. The strength in those small fingers was impossible. It was like being grabbed by a steel vice. Impressive reaction time, Naruto said calmly. But you're telegraphing your movements. Your weight shifts slightly to your left foot before you use the substitution jutsu. A trained observer can read it. He released Kakashi's wrist and stepped back, creating distance. I'm not interested in these bells, Hatake-san. I already know I've passed your test. What I'm interested in is understanding your capabilities as our instructor. Kakashi rubbed his wrist, genuinely surprised. You're full of surprises, Naruto. That speed and that strength, that's not normal for an academy graduate. Normal is relative, Naruto replied. Shall we continue? What followed was a demonstration that left Kakashi deeply unsettled. Naruto didn't attack with the wild enthusiasm of a child or the reckless abandon of an inexperienced genin. Instead, he fought with precision and calculation, each movement serving a specific purpose, each strike aimed at weak points that Kakashi had to actually defend. When Kakashi tried to use a genjutsu, Naruto dispersed it with a pulse of chakra that was far too controlled for someone his age. When Kakashi attempted to trap him with earth release techniques, Naruto simply stepped through them as if the solid ground was water. Using Mirage Walk to phase through physical obstacles, in the trees, Sasuke and Sakura watched in shock as the dead last matched their Jonin instructor move for move. Impossible, Sasuke hissed. He was the worst in class. How is he? He was hiding his abilities, Sakura said quietly, intelligence showing through her usual facade. Everything we saw in the academy, it was all an act. Finally, Kakashi called a halt, breathing slightly heavier than before. All right, that's enough. I've seen what I needed to see. Naruto nodded, not even winded. Sylvie dropped from a nearby tree branch where she'd been watching, landing on his shoulder with casual grace. You 3 pass, Kakashi announced, gesturing for Sasuke and Sakura to come out of hiding. Though I have to say, Naruto, you've made me very curious. That level of skill doesn't come from academy training. I've had extensive practice, Naruto said carefully. In my own time. Sasuke stepped forward, his Sharingan activated and spinning with barely controlled fury. Fight me, Naruto. I want to see if what you just did was luck or skill. Naruto regarded him with cold indifference. No. What? Sasuke's hands clenched into fists. "I said no," Naruto repeated. "You're not ready to fight me, Uchiha. You'd lose badly, and it would accomplish nothing except damaging your pride. If you want to prove yourself, do it against actual enemies and not teammates." Before Sasuke could respond, Kakashi intervened. "He's right, Sasuke. Save that energy for missions. Speaking of which, starting tomorrow, we'll begin taking on assignments. Meet at the bridge at 8 a.m. As the team dispersed, Kakashi grabbed Naruto's shoulder. "A word, if you don't mind." They waited until the others were gone. Then Kakashi's expression became serious, his lazy demeanor dropping away to reveal the elite jonin beneath. "Who are you really?" he asked bluntly. "And don't give me some deflection. I've fought Chunin who couldn't move like you just did. I've trained Anbu who don't have your level of combat awareness. So I'll ask again, who are you?" Naruto was silent for a moment, considering how much to reveal. Finally, he settled on partial truth. "I'm someone who's lived longer than this body suggests," he said carefully. "Someone who's seen combat that would break most ninja in this village. Someone who has learned that through painful experience, that power without purpose is just another path to loneliness." Kakashi studied him intently. "You're talking like you've lived multiple lifetimes." "Maybe I have," Naruto said. "Or maybe I've just learned to think like someone who has. Does it matter?" "It matters if you're a threat to the village." "I'm not," Naruto said firmly. "I have no interest in destroying Konoha or harming innocents. All I want is to be strong enough to protect the people I care about. That's it." Kakashi was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. "All right, I'll trust you on that for now. But Naruto, understand this. I'll be watching you. If you prove to be a danger, I'll stop you myself." "I would expect nothing less," Naruto replied. "That's what a good instructor does." The first month of missions was frankly insulting. Team 7 was assigned D-rank tasks, finding lost pets, pulling weeds, painting fences. Menial labor that any civilian could accomplish, disguised as ninja work to justify the payment. Sasuke complained constantly, his pride wounded by such mundane assignments. Sakura tried to make the best of it, though her enthusiasm was clearly forced. Naruto simply completed each task with efficient precision, viewing it as an exercise in patience rather than actual work. Kakashi watched his team with interest, particularly noting how Naruto approached each mission. While Sasuke rushed through tasks to finish quickly, and Sakura tried to perfect every detail to impress her crush, Naruto identified the most efficient method and executed it flawlessly. It was the mindset of someone who had commanded logistics for armies, who understood that even small tasks had optimal solutions. After 30 missions in 28 days, Kakashi finally submitted a request for a C-rank assignment. The team was called to the Hokage's office to receive their first real mission outside the village. "Your mission is to escort Tazuna, a bridge builder from the land of waves, safely back to his country," the third Hokage explained. An old man with a bottle of sake stepped forward, clearly drunk and utterly unimpressed by the young genin who would be protecting him. Naruto studied Tazuna with analytical precision, noting the nervous fidgeting, the way his eyes darted around the room, the slight tremor in his hands that had nothing to do with alcohol. "He's lying," Naruto said flatly. Everyone turned to stare at him. Tazuna sputtered indignantly. "What are you talking about, brat?" "This isn't a simple escort mission," Naruto continued, his gaze locked on the bridge builder. "You're being hunted by someone, probably a criminal organization based on your reaction. You've deliberately requested a low-ranked team because you can't afford the payment for proper protection. And now you're gambling that we'll be too invested to turn back once the real danger reveals itself." The room fell silent. Tazuna's face had gone pale. The Hokage leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "Is this true, Tazuna-san?" The bridge builder's shoulders slumped. Yes. Gato, a shipping magnate, has taken control of my country through fear and violence. He's hired ninja to kill me because my bridge threatens his monopoly. But my people are poor. We can't afford the payment for a B rank or higher mission." Kakashi looked ready to refuse, but Naruto spoke first. "We'll take it." "Naruto," Kakashi began. "We'll take it," Naruto repeated, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "A tyrant is oppressing innocent people, and this man is trying to free them. That's exactly the kind of cause worth fighting for." He turned to the Hokage. Upgrade this to a B-rank mission and charge us the difference. I'll pay it from my own savings if necessary." The third Hokage studied Naruto with an expression that mixed surprise and approval. "Very well. Team 7, your mission is now officially B-rank. Protect Tazuna and ensure the completion of his bridge." As they left the office, Kakashi pulled Naruto aside once more. "That was either very noble or very foolish." "It was necessary," Naruto replied. "Besides, I've been waiting for a real fight. D-rank missions were starting to bore me." The journey to the Land of Waves began peacefully enough. Tazuna led them through forests and across roads, sharing stories about his country and the bridge that would free his people from Gado's tyranny. Naruto walked slightly ahead of the group, his senses extended to detect any threats. Sylvie flew in lazy circles overhead, her enhanced perception providing additional surveillance. When they reached a large puddle in the middle of the road, despite the fact that it hadn't rained in days, Naruto didn't even slow down. "Kakashi-sensei," he said calmly, "there are two enemies hiding in that puddle, Chunin level, based on their chakra signatures. They're using some kind of concealment technique." Before Kakashi could respond, two ninja emerged from the puddle, chains connecting them as they moved to attack. The Demon Brothers, Kakashi identified, missing Nin from the hidden mist. The brothers moved with practiced coordination, their chains wrapping around Kakashi in an instant. They pulled, and the Jonin's body tore apart in a spray of blood. Sakura screamed. Sasuke froze, his Sharingan spinning as he tried to process the violence. The Demon Brothers turned toward Tazuna, ready to complete their assassination. Naruto moved. Burst step. He appeared between the brothers and their target, one hand extended. Mana rotation. A barrier of spinning chakra erupted around him, and when the brothers' chains struck it, they shattered like glass against steel. The ninja stumbled back, shocked by the unexpected defense. "Impossible," one brother hissed. "What kind of technique?" "The kind you're not prepared for," Naruto said coldly. He drew Dawn's ballad from its concealment seal in one fluid motion, the teal blade gleaming in the sunlight. "You have 3 seconds to surrender." The brothers exchanged glances, then charged simultaneously, their clawed gauntlets aimed at Naruto's throat. He didn't even activate his Sharingan equivalent. He simply moved with the precision of someone who had fought thousands of battles across multiple lifetimes. His blade flashed once, then twice. The brothers collapsed, alive but completely incapacitated, their weapons cut into pieces and their legs severed at precise points that would prevent them from bleeding out, but ensure they couldn't fight. "I gave you a chance," Naruto said, sheathing his blade. "Be grateful I kept you alive." Kakashi appeared from behind a tree, completely unharmed. "Well done, Naruto. That was a substitution jutsu, in case anyone was wondering." Sakura rounded on him. "You let us think you were dead. I needed to see how you'd react to real danger," Kakashi said unapologetically. Then he turned to Naruto. "Though I have to say that was impressive. You disarmed them, literally, before I could intervene." Sasuke was staring at Naruto with a mixture of shock and fury. "What was that technique? That speed? That sword? Where did you?" "Does it matter?" Naruto interrupted. "They're down, the mission continues. Focus on what's important, Uchiha." Tazuna looked at Naruto with new respect. "Thank you, boy, you saved my life." Naruto nodded. "Just doing my job. But Tazuna-san, I need you to tell us everything about Gado's forces. If he hired the Demon Brothers, he'll send stronger opponents next. I need to know what we're facing." The bridge builder swallowed hard. "There's one more, a Jonin level missing 9 called Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist." "Zabuza," Kakashi repeated, his expression growing serious. "One of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This mission just became significantly more dangerous." "Good," Naruto said, and there was something almost eager in his voice. "I've been waiting for a real challenge." They continued to the coast, where a small boat waited to ferry them across the water to the Land of Waves. The journey was tense, everyone on high alert for another attack. It came as they crossed the water. Mist rose around the boat, thick and unnatural, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The boatman cursed, recognizing the technique. "Hidden mist jutsu," Kakashi said, his Sharingan eye already uncovered. "Everyone, get ready." A massive sword came spinning out of the mist, aimed directly at Tazuna's head. Naruto raised Dawn's ballad and deflected it with a casual parry, the teal blade meeting the executioner's sword with a sound like thunder. "Nice reflexes," a voice called from the mist. A figure materialized on the deflected sword, a tall man with bandages covering the lower half of his face, wearing a hidden mist headband with a slash through it. "But you're just Genin. Stay out of this." Zabuza Momochi leaped from his sword, landing on the water's surface with perfect chakra control. "My target is the bridge builder. Hand him over, and I'll let you live." "No," Naruto said simply, stepping forward until he too stood on the water's surface. Sasuke and Sakura gasped. They hadn't even learned water walking yet, and here was their teammate doing it as naturally as breathing. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. A brave little Genin, but bravery doesn't mean much when... He stopped mid-sentence, his instincts screaming danger. The boy standing before him had changed. The childish uncertainty was gone, replaced by something cold and ancient and utterly terrifying. "Let me explain something to you, Zabuza Momochi," Naruto said, his voice carrying across the water with perfect clarity. "I've killed beings that would make you weep with fear. I've conquered kingdoms and toppled empires. I've stood at the pinnacle of power and found it hollow. So when you threaten someone under my protection, you're not facing a Genin, you're facing a king." He raised Dawn's ballad, the teal blade beginning to glow with hybrid chakra mana. "This is your only warning. Retreat now, or I'll show you the difference between a swordsman and a true master of the blade." Zabuza stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly he began to laugh, a sound without humor, filled with genuine surprise. "A king, you say? Interesting. Very interesting." He pulled his executioner's sword from where it had embedded in the boat. "All right, little king, show me what you've got." The mist thickened until visibility dropped to nearly zero. Kakashi tensed, ready to protect his students, but Naruto simply closed his eyes. Mana sense. One of Arthur's most fundamental abilities, refined over years of combat. He didn't need to see Zabuza. He could feel the man's presence, sense the flow of chakra through his body, track every movement with perfect clarity. "There," Naruto said, and vanished. Thunderclap impulse. Lightning cracked across the water as Naruto appeared directly in front of Zabuza, moving faster than the Mist Ninja could track. Dawn's ballad cut through the air with lethal precision, aimed at Zabuza's throat. The missing nin barely managed to raise his executioner's sword in time, and the two blades met with a sound like a bomb detonating. The force of the impact sent waves rippling across the water, and Zabuza was thrown back, his arms shaking from the strength behind Naruto's strike. "Impossible," he gasped. "That strength? That speed? You're no Genin." "I told you," Naruto said coldly, already closing the distance again. "I'm a king." He launched into a sequence of strikes that would have made Arthur Leywin proud, each attack flowing into the next with perfect fluidity, each angle calculated to exploit weaknesses in Zabuza's defense. The executioner's sword was large and powerful, but it was also slow, designed for overwhelming strength rather than precision. Dawn's ballad was neither large nor particularly heavy, but in the hands of someone who had mastered swordsmanship across multiple lifetimes, it was a weapon of absolute devastation. Zabuza found himself being driven back, his legendary reputation crumbling against this impossible child who fought like a seasoned master. Every time he tried to create distance, Naruto used burst step to close it instantly. Every time he attempted a technique, Naruto disrupted it with perfectly timed strikes. Water style water dragon jutsu. Zabuza formed the hand signs desperately, summoning a massive dragon of water that roared toward Naruto. Naruto didn't even flinch. He simply raised his free hand and spoke two words: Mana Blade. A sword of pure chakra mana materialized in his left hand, and he cut through the water dragon with both blades, bisecting the technique so cleanly that it simply dispersed into harmless spray. Zabuza's eyes widened in horror. "What are you?" "I'm someone who's forgotten more about combat than you'll ever learn," Naruto replied. Then he moved again, faster than before, and this time Zabuza couldn't keep up. Dawn's ballad cut across the executioner's sword, and the legendary blade, one of the 7 great swords of the mist, shattered like cheap metal, destroyed by a weapon that had been forged in a different world entirely. Zabuza stumbled backward, weaponless, staring at the broken remains of his sword with disbelief. "Surrender," Naruto commanded, his blade at the missing nine's throat. "I have no interest in killing you unnecessarily, but if you continue this mission, I will end you without hesitation." For a moment, it seemed like Zabuza might accept. Then Senbon needles came flying out of the mist, striking the missing nin in several vital points. He collapsed, apparently dead. A figure appeared, a masked ninja wearing a mist hunter nin uniform. "Thank you for weakening him. I'll take the body now." Naruto studied the newcomer with narrowed eyes. The chakra signature was wrong, too calm, too controlled, and the placement of those Senbon needles wasn't lethal, just enough to induce a death-like state. "You're not a hunter nin," Naruto said flatly. "You're his accomplice. Those needles put him in a false death state, and now you're going to escape together." The masked ninja froze. "How did you—" "I've seen every trick in the book," Naruto interrupted. "Multiple books, in fact, across multiple lifetimes. Take him and go. But tell your master this. The next time we meet, I won't hold back, and I won't be alone." The masked ninja grabbed Zabuza's body and vanished into the mist without another word. Kakashi appeared at Naruto's side, his Sharingan spinning. "You let them go." "They're not the real enemy," Naruto said. "Gato is. Zabuza is just a hired sword, and that boy with him is clearly someone he cares about protecting. When we face them again, and we will, I want to see if I can turn them into allies rather than corpses." It was a strategy Arthur had employed countless times, turning enemies into assets by demonstrating overwhelming power and offering an alternative to pointless conflict. Kakashi studied his student with an unreadable expression. "You're full of surprises, Naruto." "You have no idea," Naruto replied quietly. They reached the land of waves and were taken to Tazuna's house, where his daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari waited. The boy took one look at the ninja and sneered. "Heroes don't exist," he said bitterly. "Gato always wins. You're all going to die trying to fight him." Naruto regarded the child with ancient eyes. "You're right that heroes are rare, but strength isn't about being heroic. It's about having the power to protect what you care about and the will to use it." He knelt down to Inari's level. "I've seen countries crushed by tyrants. I've watched good people die because they believe themselves powerless. But I've also seen single individuals change the course of history through sheer determination. Your stepfather, Kaiza, Tazuna told us about him. He was that kind of person, wasn't he?" Inari's eyes filled with tears. "Kaiza was strong, but Gato killed him anyway. Strength doesn't matter." "Kaiza's strength inspired your entire village," Naruto said gently. "His death hurt you, but his life gave others hope. That's the kind of strength that endures beyond death, and it's the kind of strength I intend to show this country." Over the next week, Team 7 guarded the bridge while Tazuna worked on completing it. Naruto used the time to train Sasuke and Sakura, much to their surprise. "You're both weak," he said bluntly on the first day, ignoring Sasuke's outraged expression. "Not because you lack talent, but because you've never understood what real combat entails. So I'm going to teach you." He worked with Sakura on chakra control, showing her techniques that would allow her to enhance her physical strength beyond normal limits. Her precision and intelligence made her ideal for medical applications, though he didn't mention that yet. With Sasuke, he was more direct. "Your Sharingan is powerful, but you rely on it too much. You think copying techniques makes you strong, but you're just collecting tools you don't understand how to properly use." He sparred with the Uchiha daily, systematically dismantling every technique Sasuke threw at him and demonstrating the flaws in his approach. It was humbling and infuriating for the proud Uchiha, but slowly he began to learn. On the 7th day, the mist returned. Naruto sensed them immediately, Zabuza and the masked ninja approaching with killing intent. But there was something else, something that made his expression harden. "Kakashi-sensei," he said quietly, "Gato's men are coming too. At least 100 of them, armed with swords and crossbows. They're planning to kill Zabuza after he deals with us." Kakashi's eye widened. "How can you possibly know?" "I can sense them," Naruto said simply. It was true, if misleading. His mana sense could detect living beings across vast distances when he focused it. They're about 10 minutes away. When Zabuza emerged from the mist, his executioner's sword replaced with a new blade, Naruto stepped forward to meet him. "Before we fight," Naruto said, "you should know that Gato is planning to betray you. He's bringing an army to kill both of us after we've weakened each other. Zabuza laughed harshly. Nice try, kid, but I'm not falling for. It's true, the masked ninja said quietly, and Naruto realized with his enhanced senses that this was actually a young woman. I can sense them too, a large group approaching from the south. Zabuza's expression darkened. That bastard! I should have known. So here's my proposal, Naruto said. We stop fighting each other and deal with Gato together. After that, you're free to leave. I have no interest in hunting missing nin who aren't actively threatening my people. The demon of the mist stared at him for a long moment. Then he lowered his sword. You're either the smartest genin I've ever met or the most naive. But fine, we'll kill Gato, then we're done. The masked ninja removed her mask, revealing a beautiful young woman with long dark hair. My name is Haku. Thank you for this mercy. Don't thank me yet, Naruto said. The real fight is about to begin. Gato arrived with his army, over 100 thugs armed with crude weapons, all of them high on the promise of easy money. The crime lord himself stood at the back, flanked by bodyguards, sneering at the gathered ninja. Zabuza, you've outlived your usefulness, Gato called. These ninja too. Kill them all, and there's a bonus for whoever brings me their heads. The thugs charged forward with a roar, and Naruto's eyes went cold. Kakashi-sensei, keep the genin safe and protect Tazuna, he said. Then he drew Dawn's ballad and walked forward alone. Naruto, wait, Kakashi started. This won't take long, Naruto interrupted. He raised his voice, projecting it across the bridge with chakra-enhanced volume. I'm giving you all one chance. Drop your weapons and leave. Anyone who continues forward dies. The thugs laughed, mistaking his youth for weakness. That was their last mistake. Naruto activated Burst Step and moved into the crowd like death incarnate. Dawn's ballad flashed through the air, and men fell in pieces, not killed, but completely incapacitated, their weapons destroyed, and their legs severed at points that would prevent death, but ensure they'd never fight again. Thunderclap Impulse. Lightning crackled across the bridge as Naruto appeared in 3 places simultaneously. Moving so fast he created afterimages. Each strike was precise, calculated to disable rather than kill, but the message was clear. He could have killed them all if he chose. In less than 30 seconds, half of Gato's army lay broken on the bridge, screaming in pain and terror. The rest turned to run, but Naruto used gravity manipulation, a technique he'd adapted from Arthur's repertoire, to pin them to the ground. Gravity magic crush. The air itself seemed to press down on the remaining thugs, forcing them to their knees. They couldn't move, couldn't breathe properly, could only watch as this impossible child walked toward them with ancient eyes. I said leave, Naruto repeated, releasing the gravity effect. Don't make me repeat myself again. They ran, scrambling over each other in their panic to escape. Gato stood frozen, his bodyguards looking equally terrified. Naruto turned toward the crime lord, and something in his expression made Gato step backward. You've terrorized this country for years, Naruto said quietly. You've killed innocents, destroyed families, crushed hope. And you did it all for what? Money? Power? He raised Dawn's ballad, and the blade began to glow with intense teal light. I've seen your kind across multiple lifetimes, petty tyrants who mistake cruelty for strength. Let me show you what real power looks like. Wait, Gato screamed. I have money. I can pay you, whatever you want. I want you gone, Naruto said coldly, from this world. He moved, and Gato's head fell from his shoulders before the crime lord could even scream. The bodyguard started to react, but Naruto was already behind them, his blade returning to its sheath with a soft click. They collapsed, alive but bleeding from precisely placed cuts that would leave them permanently crippled. The bridge fell silent. Everyone, Team 7, Tazuna, Zabuza, Haku, stared at Naruto with expressions ranging from shock to horror. You killed him, Sakura whispered. I did, Naruto confirmed, his voice carrying no regret. He was a threat to innocent people, and he would have continued to be a threat if allowed to live. I gave his men the chance to retreat. Gato didn't deserve the same mercy. He turned to Zabuza. You're free to go. Our deal is complete. Zabuza studied him with newfound respect. You're terrifying, kid. Remind me never to make an enemy of you. He paused. But you offered us a chance when you could have just killed us. That means something. If you ever need help in the future, Zabuza Momochi pays his debts. Haku bowed deeply. Thank you for showing us that strength can be used for protection rather than destruction. We'll remember this. As the two missing nin disappeared into the mist, Kakashi approached Naruto. That was cold-blooded. The Jonin said quietly. That was necessary, Naruto corrected. Gato would have hired other ninja, attacked the bridge again, killed more innocents. I ended the threat permanently. You're not a genin, Kakashi said. I don't know what you are, but you're not just a 12-year-old boy. No, Naruto agreed. I'm not. But I'm also not your enemy, Kakashi-sensei. I'm someone who's learned that sometimes, to protect what you care about, you have to be willing to make hard choices. The bridge was completed the next day. Tazuna named it the Great Naruto Bridge in honor of the boy who had freed the land of waves from tyranny. As Team 7 prepared to leave, Inari approached Naruto with tears in his eyes. You were right, the boy said. Strength isn't about being a hero, it's about protecting people. Thank you for protecting us. Naruto knelt down and placed a hand on Inari's shoulder. Remember that feeling, Inari. Remember that one person can make a difference, and when you're old enough, maybe you'll be the one protecting others. The journey back to Konoha was quiet. Sasuke kept glancing at Naruto with barely concealed frustration, clearly bothered by the vast gap in their abilities. Sakura looked thoughtful, perhaps reconsidering her priorities. Kakashi walked beside Naruto, his expression troubled. The Hokage is going to have questions, the Jonin said finally. Then I'll answer them, Naruto replied calmly. Honestly, even. I've been hiding my true capabilities because I wasn't sure this village deserved my loyalty. But after this mission, after seeing how you all stood together to protect innocent people, maybe there's hope for Konoha after all. When they arrived back at the village, Naruto was immediately summoned to the Hokage's office. Kakashi accompanied him, along with Iruka, who had apparently been called in as well. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, smoking his pipe, his eyes studying Naruto with intense focus. Kakashi has given me a very interesting report, the old man said. He claims you displayed abilities far beyond any genin, possibly beyond most jonin. He says you defeated Zabuza Mochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, in single combat. Is this true? Yes, Naruto said simply. Where did you learn such techniques? Naruto was silent for a moment, then made a decision. Partial truth again, but more of it this time. I have memories of another life, he said carefully. A life where I was a warrior king who conquered nations through strength and strategy. Those memories have been with me since I was 5 years old. Everything I know, every technique I can perform, it all comes from that previous existence. The Hokage's eyes widened. Reincarnation? That's impossible? Unlikely? Naruto smiled without humor. I'm aware, but it's the truth. I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of the 4th Hokage, vessel of the 9 tails, but I'm also the reincarnation of someone who lived lifetimes before this one. Iruka gasped. You're the 4th son? The village doesn't know, the Hokage said heavily. It was kept secret to protect you from his enemies. I figured it out years ago, Naruto said. The timing of the 9 tails attack, the seal design, the way you've always protected me, despite the village's hatred. It wasn't hard to piece together. The Hokage sighed, suddenly looking very old. And you're not angry? The village has treated you terribly. I was a king, Naruto said. I understand political necessity, and I'm not the type to hold grudges against people who acted out of fear rather than malice. He paused. But I need to know, Hokage-sama, what do you want from me? Do you see me as a weapon to be controlled, a threat to be contained, or a person with his own will? The 3rd Hokage was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood and walked around the desk, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I see you as a young man with incredible potential and a burden no child should have to bear, he said gently. I see someone who could become a great protector of this village if he chooses to be. But the choice, Naruto, is yours. I won't force you into anything. Naruto felt something shift in his chest. Acceptance, trust, things he'd rarely received in any of his lives. Then I'll make you a promise, he said. I'll protect this village, not because I'm ordered to, but because there are people here worth protecting. Iruka-sensei, Hinata, even my troublesome teammates, as long as they're here, I'll stand between Konoha and any threat. That's all I can ask, the Hokage said with a smile. The Chunin exams came several months later, and with them, an opportunity for Naruto to truly demonstrate his capabilities. The written test was insultingly easy, questions designed to test information gathering and decision-making under pressure. Naruto filled in every answer correctly within the first 10 minutes, then sat in bored silence while the other genin scrambled to cheat without being caught. Beside him, Hinata carefully copied answers using her Byakugan. Across the room, Sasuke used his Sharingan to read another student's movements. It was all so primitive compared to the intelligence networks Arthur had maintained as king. When Ibiki Morino, the examiner, revealed the final question, answer it and risk permanent genin status if wrong, or leave now and guarantee another chance next year, Naruto didn't even hesitate. "I'll answer it," he said immediately. Ibiki studied him with interest. "You seem confident." "Because I understand what you're really testing," Naruto replied. "This isn't about the question itself. It's about whether we have the courage to face unknown risks for the sake of our mission. The answer doesn't matter. The choice to stay does." Ibiki smiled. "You're smarter than you look. Everyone who chose to stay passes. The question was indeed a test of resolve." The second exam, the Forest of Death, was where things became interesting. Team 7 entered the forest with one goal: acquire both scrolls and reach the tower in the center within 5 days. It should have been challenging, given that other teams would be hunting them. It took them 6 hours. Naruto led his team with ruthless efficiency, using his enhanced senses to locate other teams, analyzing their capabilities from a distance, and striking only when victory was guaranteed. Sasuke and Sakura quickly learned to follow his lead without question, recognizing that his tactical planning was flawless. They acquired their second scroll from a rain team that never saw them coming, Naruto disabling all 3 genin in seconds, with precise strikes that left them unconscious but alive. On the third day, as they approached the tower, the air grew thick with malevolent chakra. "Something's wrong," Sakura said nervously. "Orochimaru," Naruto identified, his expression hardening. He could sense the Sanin's presence like a stain on reality, corrupt and twisted. "He's here for Sasuke." Before he could warn his team, the snake-like ninja appeared, his golden eyes fixed on the Uchiha with hungry interest. "Hello, children," Orochimaru hissed. "I've been watching you, particularly you, Sasuke-kun. Such potential, such hunger for power. You would make an excellent vessel." Sasuke froze, the killing intent from the legendary Sanin crushing him with fear. Sakura couldn't even move, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. Naruto stepped forward, placing himself between Orochimaru and his teammates. His eyes were cold as ice. "You dare," he said quietly, and his voice carried a weight that made even Orochimaru pause. "You dare threaten those under my protection?" The Sanin laughed. "Oh, and what will you do about it, boy? I am one of the 3 legendary. Gravity Magic Crush." The air around Orochimaru suddenly condensed, pressing down on him with tremendous force. The Sanin's eyes widened in shock as he was driven to his knees, unable to resist the overwhelming pressure. "I don't care what legends say about you," Naruto continued, his chakra flaring to visible levels. "I don't care about your reputation or your power. You threatened my teammates. That means you threatened me." He raised his hand, and flames erupted around it. Not normal fire, but the enhanced flames of a pyrokinetic deviant, burning hot enough to warp the air itself. Fire conjuring. The flames spiraled toward Orochimaru, who barely managed to substitute himself with a snake before they hit. He reappeared 20 feet away, his expression a mixture of shock and fascination. "Incredible," he breathed. "No hand signs, elemental manipulation beyond your apparent age, gravity control. What are you, child?" "I'm your worst nightmare if you don't leave immediately," Naruto said. His hand moved to Dawn's ballad, and the sword began to glow with teal light. "This is your only warning. Leave or I'll kill you here and now." For a moment, Orochimaru considered fighting, but something in Naruto's eyes, something ancient and utterly merciless, made him reconsider. This wasn't a normal genin. This was something far more dangerous. "Another time then," the Sanin said, melting back into the trees. "But mark my words, child, I will learn your secrets." After he was gone, Sasuke stared at Naruto with wide eyes. "How did you— That was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. And you just— He's not that impressive," Naruto said dismissively, though internally he was grateful the Sanin had chosen to retreat. A prolonged fight might have forced him to reveal abilities he wasn't ready to expose yet. Power alone doesn't make someone truly dangerous. It's how that power is used. They reached the tower without further incident, one of the first teams to complete the second exam. The preliminary rounds were where Naruto first began to truly show the world what he was capable of. The matches were randomized, and Naruto found himself paired against Kiba Inuzuka, a genin who fought alongside his ninja dog Akamaru using enhanced physical attacks. The proctor, Hayate Gecko, signaled the start of the match. Begin! Kiba immediately launched into his signature technique, Fang over Fang. He and Akamaru became spinning drills of chakra and claws, aimed directly at Naruto with enough force to shatter stone. Naruto didn't move. He simply raised one hand. Mana rotation. The barrier of spinning chakra mana appeared around him, and when the twin drills struck it, they were deflected like pebbles bouncing off a mountain. Kiba and Akamaru were thrown backward, tumbling across the arena floor. Impossible, Kiba gasped. That's not a normal defense technique. No, Naruto agreed. It's not. He drew Dawn's ballad, its first public appearance, and the arena fell silent. The teal blade seemed to pulse with inner light, and even seasoned jonin in the audience leaned forward with interest. I'll end this quickly, Naruto said. Burst step. He vanished and reappeared behind Kiba, the flat of his blade pressed against the Inuzuka's neck. Yield, Naruto said quietly. Kiba, feeling the killing intent radiating from Naruto, immediately raised his hands. I yield! I yield! The match had lasted less than 30 seconds. In the audience, jonin whispered among themselves. The Hokage watched with a mixture of pride and concern. And in the competitor's box, genin from other villages stared at Naruto with newfound wariness. Other matches followed, but Naruto barely paid attention until one particular fight began. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. He watched as Neji lectured his cousin about fate and destiny, about how the weak would always lose to the strong, about how she should give up because her defeat was predetermined. Hinata fought back with everything Naruto had taught her, using the modified gentle fist techniques he'd shown her, her chakra rotation adding devastating power to her strikes. But Neji was stronger, more experienced, and eventually he overwhelmed her. When the Hyuga prodigy struck her down with a chakra-enhanced palm to the chest, Naruto's chakra exploded outward in a wave of barely controlled fury. The entire arena shook. Genin and Chunin alike stumbled under the pressure of his killing intent. In the stands, jonin stood ready to intervene, sensing the danger. Naruto appeared in the arena floor in a flicker of movement, catching Hinata before she could hit the ground. His eyes, when he looked at Neji, were utterly cold. You went too far, he said quietly. His voice somehow carrying to every corner of the silent arena. Neji sneered, though Naruto could see the fear beneath the arrogance. She was weak, fate determined. Don't talk to me about fate, Naruto interrupted, his voice cutting like a blade. I've lived multiple lifetimes, conquered kingdoms, and died twice. I've learned that fate is just another word for the excuse weak people use to justify their failures. He gently set Hinata down where medical ninja could reach her, then turned his full attention on Neji. The Hyuga prodigy took an involuntary step back. But since you're so convinced that fate determines everything, Naruto continued, let me show you what real power looks like, what it means to fight someone who has transcended the limitations you think are absolute. The Hokage stood in the viewing box. Naruto, stand down. With respect, Hokage-sama, I challenge Neji Hyuga to an exhibition match, Naruto said formally. Right here, right now. Let him test his beliefs about fate against someone who has died and been reborn twice. The arena erupted in murmurs. The Hokage was silent for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. This will serve as your preliminary match, Naruto. Neji, if you accept this challenge, the match will determine both your advancement. Neji's pride wouldn't let him refuse, even though every instinct was screaming at him to run. I accept. Hayate looked between them nervously. Begin. Naruto didn't draw his sword. He didn't activate any techniques. He simply stood in the center of the arena and spoke. I was King Gray in my first life, he said, his voice carrying across the silent arena. I conquered an entire world through strength and strategy. I was undefeated in combat, unmatched in tactics. I had everything power could provide. He began walking toward Neji, who activated his Byakugan and dropped into the gentle fist stance. But I was utterly alone, Naruto continued, because I believed that strength was all that mattered, that power determined everything. I died alone, killed by the very people I'd conquered, and my last thought was regret. Neji struck, his palm aimed at Naruto's chakra points with lethal precision. Naruto caught his wrist without even looking, his grip like iron. Then I was reborn as Arthur Leywin, Naruto said, still holding Neji's wrist effortlessly as the Hyuga struggled to break free. I was given a second chance, a new life with people who cared about me. I learned that strength without compassion is hollow, that power without purpose is meaningless. He released Neji's wrist and stepped back. But I died again, protecting those I loved. And now I'm here, in this life, as Naruto Uzumaki. And in this life, I've learned the most important lesson of all. Neji attacked again, using his advanced technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. His hands blurred, striking at Naruto's chakra points with devastating speed and precision. But every single strike was deflected by the invisible barrier of mana rotation surrounding Naruto, the chakra-enhanced palms bouncing off harmlessly. The lesson is this, Naruto said calmly, not even bothered by the assault. Fate doesn't determine who we are. Our choices do. You think you're bound by destiny, trapped by the circumstances of your birth. But the only thing trapping you is your own refusal to reach beyond what you think is possible. He raised one hand, and Neji was suddenly driven to the ground by overwhelming gravitational force. Gravity magic. Crush. The Hyuga prodigy gasped, struggling against the pressure that pinned him helplessly. In the audience, people stared in shock. This was a technique beyond anything they'd seen before. You lecture others about fate while refusing to take control of your own, Naruto said, walking toward the immobilized Neji. Hinata fought against her supposed destiny. She was told she was weak, worthless, a failure. But she chose to keep fighting, to keep growing. That's real strength, Neji. Not the power you were born with, but the strength to overcome what others say you cannot. He released the gravity effect, and Neji gasped for air, struggling to his feet. So here's what's going to happen, Naruto said. I'm going to give you a choice. You can admit defeat now, acknowledge that maybe you don't know everything about fate and destiny, or you can keep fighting, and I'll demonstrate exactly how vast the gap is between someone who accepts their limitations and someone who transcends them. Neji's hands trembled, caught between pride and survival instinct. Finally, his shoulders slumped. I yield, he said quietly, the words seeming to physically pain him. Naruto nodded, then did something unexpected. He extended his hand to help Neji up. You're strong, Neji Hyuga, he said. Stronger than most people will ever be. But strength alone won't free you from the cage you built around yourself. Only you can do that. As medical ninja rushed to check on both Neji and Hinata, Naruto returned to the competitor's box. Sasuke stared at him with barely controlled frustration. When are you going to stop holding back and show your full power? The Uchiha demanded. Naruto looked at him with ancient eyes. I haven't shown even a fraction of my full power, Sasuke, and I pray you never see me forced to use it. The month of training before the finals passed quickly. Naruto spent most of it alone, refining his techniques and meditating with Sylvie. He occasionally visited Hinata in the hospital where she was recovering from Neji's attack and was pleased to see her improvement. Naruto-kun, she said during one visit, her pale eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for standing up for me. I know I lost, but you didn't lose, Naruto interrupted gently. You fought against someone stronger and more experienced than you, and you landed several solid hits using techniques that were foreign to him. That's not losing, that's learning. He sat beside her bed, Sylvie curling up at his feet. Besides, Neji needed that lesson more than he needed another victory. Sometimes, losing teaches more than winning ever could. Hinata smiled shyly. You sound very wise, Naruto-kun. I've had a long time to learn, he said with a faint smile. Multiple lifetimes, in fact. He told her about his past lives during their training sessions, trusting her with secrets he shared with few others. She'd accepted it with surprising ease, perhaps because it explained so much about his unusual behavior. Will you watch my match in the finals? Hinata asked. Of course. Naruto promised. And regardless of the outcome, I'm proud of how far you've come. The Chunin exam finals arrived with great fanfare. The arena was packed with spectators from across the ninja world. Lords, ladies, merchants, and common citizens, all eager to watch the next generation of shinobi demonstrate their skills. In the competitors section, Naruto stood beside his fellow finalists, his expression calm and focused. He'd drawn Neji as his opponent, which seemed fitting given their previous encounter. When his match was called, Naruto descended to the arena floor, Dawn's ballad secured at his hip. Neji walked from the opposite side, his expression conflicted. The arrogance was still there, but it was tempered now by uncertainty. The proctor, Genma Shiranui, looked between them. This match is between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. The rules are simple. Match ends by knockout, death, or surrender. Are both fighters ready? They nodded. Begin. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan, his veins bulging around his eyes as the dojutsu analyzed Naruto's chakra system. What he saw made him gasp. Your chakra. It's not normal. There's something else mixed with it, something I've never seen before, and your chakra points, they're different, configured in a pattern that shouldn't be possible. That's because I'm using a power system from another world, Naruto explained calmly. Adapted to work with this world's chakra, it gives me certain advantages you can't replicate. He didn't move from his starting position, making no aggressive moves. But this fight isn't about me demonstrating my power. It's about you understanding something crucial. And what's that? Neji asked, settling into his gentle fist stance. That the greatest cage is the one we build for ourselves, Naruto said. You talk about fate and destiny, about how the weak will always lose to the strong, but you're using that philosophy to justify your own limitations. Neji's expression hardened. You don't understand what it's like to be born into servitude, to have your entire life dictated by. I was a king who died alone because I couldn't see beyond my own power, Naruto interrupted. I understand limitation better than you think. The difference is I learned to transcend it. He finally moved, not with aggression, but with purpose. Fight me seriously, Neji. Use everything you have, and I'll show you that fate is just another obstacle to overcome. The Hyuga prodigy launched forward, his hands beginning the rotation of his most powerful technique. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. His hands became a blur, striking at Naruto with speed and precision that would have overwhelmed most jonin. But Naruto simply stood in place, his mana rotation deflecting every single strike. Is that all? He asked quietly. Neji leaped back, breathing hard, his gentle fist attacks completely ineffective. How? My Byakugan shows me your chakra points, but I can't touch them. It's like there's an invisible wall. There is, Naruto said. But it's not just a defensive technique. It's a fundamental difference in how I use energy. Your gentle fist is designed to disrupt normal chakra flow. My system doesn't work the same way. He drew Dawn's ballad, and the teal blade blazed with light in the afternoon sun. Now, let me show you what it means to fight someone who's transcended normal limitations. Thunderclap impulse. Lightning cracked across the arena as Naruto appeared directly in front of Neji, moving faster than the Byakugan could track. The flat of Dawn's ballad pressed against Neji's chest, stopping just short of a lethal strike. First point, Naruto said calmly. Speed. He vanished again, appearing behind Neji. The sword touched the Hyuga's back. Second point, positioning. Another flash of movement, and Dawn's ballad was at Neji's throat. Third point, precision. Neji stood frozen, unable to even react to the impossible speed. In the audience, experienced jonin leaned forward, recognizing that they were watching something extraordinary. Naruto stepped back, lowering his sword. Do you understand now? You've spent your entire life mastering the gentle fist, perfecting your Byakugan, becoming one of the most skilled members of your generation. And it means nothing against someone who operates on a completely different level. He sheathed Dawn's ballad. But here's the important part. That doesn't make you weak. It makes you limited by your current perspective. If you can acknowledge that limitation, you can begin to transcend it. Neji was trembling, not with fear, but with the weight of revelation. You're saying, I've been wrong? About fate? About destiny? I'm saying that fate is real, but it's not absolute, Naruto replied. You were born into the branch family, that's fate. But what you do with that position, how you choose to live despite those constraints, that's your choice, and choice is always stronger than fate. He extended his hand again. So choose, Neji. You can surrender now, acknowledge that you've learned something valuable, or we can continue, and I'll defeat you so thoroughly that you'll have no choice but to question everything you believe. For a long moment, Neji stared at that extended hand. Then slowly he took it. I surrender, he said quietly. Then louder, I surrender. The arena erupted in surprise. Neji Hyuga, the genius of the Hyuga clan, had surrendered without even landing a single hit. Genma raised his hand. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. As they walked off the arena floor, Neji stopped beside Naruto. Thank you, he said quietly. I don't fully understand what you've shown me yet, but I think I've been using fate as an excuse to avoid trying to change my circumstances. That's the first step, Naruto said with a slight smile. The next step is deciding what you're going to do about it. The rest of the matches passed quickly. Sasuke defeated his opponent with his enhanced speed and Sharingan techniques. Shikamaru won through clever tactics despite claiming he'd rather forfeit. And Gaara, a genin from Sand Village, demonstrated terrifying power with his sand manipulation abilities. But the finals were interrupted before they could complete. Sound Ninja appeared throughout the arena, launching a coordinated attack. Jonin and Anbu leaped into action, protecting civilians and fighting off the invaders. In the chaos, Naruto's senses screamed a warning. The Hokage, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. He's in danger. Naruto looked up to see the Hokage's box, where the third was engaged in combat with a figure Naruto recognized immediately, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called. The Hokage needs help. But before they could move, a massive barrier erupted around the box, purple flames forming a wall that prevented anyone from entering or leaving. Inside that barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi faced his former student, the man he'd once thought of as a son, now returned as an enemy seeking to destroy everything the Hokage had built. Naruto watched helplessly as the third Hokage fought against Orochimaru and his Edo Tensei summons. Reanimated corpses of the first and second Hokage, forced to fight against their successor, the old man fought brilliantly, his techniques refined by decades of experience. But he was old, his body no longer able to keep up with his tactical mind, and Orochimaru was relentless. When the Hokage began forming the hand signs for the dead demon consuming seal, Naruto's heart clenched. He knew that technique, a forbidden jutsu that sealed the target's soul in exchange for the caster's life. No, he whispered. Don't do it. There has to be another way. But the third Hokage, protector of Konoha, made his choice. The death god appeared behind him, spectral and terrifying, and Naruto felt the technique activate. The barrier began to fade as Orochimaru retreated, his arms sealed and useless, his plans thwarted but his life intact. The third Hokage collapsed, his strength spent, his life ebbing away. Naruto appeared beside him in a flicker of movement, having somehow bypassed the fading barrier. He knelt beside the dying Hokage, Sylvie at his side. Why? Naruto asked quietly. You could have fought longer. You could have. Protected the village, the Hokage finished, blood on his lips. That's what the Hokage does, Naruto. We protect, even at the cost of our own lives. He reached up with a trembling hand, touching Naruto's face. You have such potential, child, such power and wisdom. Promise me you'll use it to protect this village. Not because I'm ordering you, but because you choose to. Naruto felt tears stinging his eyes, the first tears he'd cried in 2 lifetimes. I promise, I'll protect them, all of them. The Hokage smiled. Thank you, and Naruto, your parents would be so proud of you, Minato and Kushina. They loved you so much. Never forget that. His hand fell, his eyes closed, and the third Hokage, the professor, the god of shinobi, died. Naruto knelt there in silence, holding the old man's hand, and made a vow. He would find Orochimaru. He would make him pay for this. And he would ensure that no one else he cared about would ever die because he was too weak to protect them. Never again would he be alone. Never again would he stand by helplessly while those he cared about were taken from him. This time, he would be strong enough. This time, he would protect them all. The funeral for the third Hokage drew the entire village. Thousands stood in the rain, mourning a leader who had guided them through war and peace, who had protected them to his final breath. Naruto stood at the front, wearing formal black robes, Sylvie hidden beneath them to avoid drawing attention. He watched as the casket was lowered, as ninja and civilians alike paid their respects, and he felt the weight of his promise settling onto his shoulders. After the ceremony, he was approached by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and the old Hokage's student. Naruto Uzumaki, the white-haired man, said, studying him intently, "I'm Jiraiya. I was your father's teacher, and I owe you an apology for not being in your life." Naruto regarded him coolly. "An apology doesn't change the past." "No," Jiraiya agreed, "but maybe I can help with your future. I've been asked to find my teammate Tsunade and bring her back to become the 5th Hokage. I want you to come with me." "Why?" "Because I can teach you things no one else in this village can," Jiraiya said. "And because I think you need to understand your heritage, not just as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but as Minato Namikaze's son." Naruto was silent, considering. Training with Jiraiya would be beneficial. The Sannin was legendary for a reason, and it would give him time away from the village to process everything that had happened. "Fine," he said finally. "But understand this. I'm not looking for a father figure or a mentor to guide my life. I'll learn what you have to teach, but my path is my own." Jiraiya grinned. "Wouldn't have it any other way, kid." They left the next day, joined by Sasuke, who had his own reasons for wanting to grow stronger. The journey to find Tsunade took them across the land of fire and into neighboring territories. Along the way, Jiraiya began teaching Naruto the Rasengan, the 4th Hokage's signature technique. Naruto learned it in 3 days. Jiraiya stared in disbelief as Naruto demonstrated a perfect Rasengan, the sphere of rotating chakra humming with controlled power. That's impossible," the Sannin sputtered. "It took Minato 3 years to develop that technique, and you just learned it in 3 days?" "I understand the principles of rotation better than most," Naruto said, dispelling the Rasengan. It was true, mana rotation was similar in concept, just applied differently. "Though I can improve on this. Watch." He formed another Rasengan, but this time he added elemental chakra to it. The sphere began to glow with teal light as wind energy infused it, the rotation creating a high-pitched screech. "Wind style, Rasengan," Naruto said, and the technique's power was immediately apparent. When he released it against a nearby boulder, the rock didn't just shatter, it was ground into dust by the combination of rotation and cutting wind. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Minato never managed to add elemental manipulation to the Rasengan. He said it was too difficult to maintain the rotation while also controlling elemental chakra. "How did you?" "I've had practice maintaining multiple types of energy manipulation simultaneously," Naruto explained, which was true if misleading. Controlling 4 different elements simultaneously as a deviant was far more complex than adding wind to a rotation technique. They found Tsunade in a gambling town, drowning her sorrows in sake and debt. The legendary medical ninja looked nothing like her reputation suggested. Her face was worn with grief, her eyes hollow with loss. Jiraiya tried to convince her to return as Hokage. She refused, claiming the position was cursed, that everyone who took it died for nothing. Naruto listened to her bitter words, then spoke quietly. "My grandfather died protecting the village. My father died sealing the 9 tails to save everyone. The 3rd Hokage just sacrificed himself to stop Orochimaru. And you think their deaths meant nothing?" Tsunade rounded on him, anger flashing in her eyes. "They died for a title, for a hat, for people who will forget them as soon as the next crisis arrives." "They died for their choices," Naruto corrected. "They chose to value other lives above their own. That's not meaningless. That's the highest form of strength." He stepped closer, and something in his eyes made even the legendary Sannin pause. "I've died twice in past lives. Once as a king who had everything, surrounded by power and prestige, but utterly alone. Once as a warrior who finally understood what mattered, protecting those he loved. And both times, I died with regrets. But those regrets taught me something crucial," he continued. "Life isn't about avoiding death. It's about making the time you have matter." The 3rd Hokage knew he would die using that sealing technique, but he chose to do it anyway because protecting the village mattered more than his own survival. Tsunade's expression cracked, grief and anger warring across her face. "You're just a child. You don't understand. I'm someone who's lived more years across multiple lifetimes than you've been alive," Naruto interrupted. "And I understand loss better than you think. I've loved and lost conquered and been conquered, died and been reborn. So don't dismiss me because of this body's age." He offered his hand. "Come back to Konoha, not because Jiraiya is asking or because it's your duty. Come back because there are still people there worth protecting, and you have the strength to do it." For a long moment, Tsunade stared at his extended hand. Then slowly, she took it. "All right," she said quietly. "I'll return, but not for the title or the responsibility. For the people who still believe that sacrifice means something." The journey back to Konoha was interrupted by Orochimaru's servants, sound ninjas sent to kill Tsunade before she could become Hokage. The battle was fierce, but Naruto ended it quickly. He drew Dawn's ballad and activated a technique he'd been refining for months, Realm Heart Awakening. His hair bleached pure white, flowing with visible power. His eyes ignited with bright lavender light, ancient runes spinning in their depths. Purple runes crawled across his skin, glowing with otherworldly energy. His aura became visible, a crushing presence that made even Tsunade step back in shock. The air itself seemed to bend around him, and suddenly, everyone could see it. Particles of mana floating through the atmosphere, visible to normal eyes for the first time. "What is this?" Jiraiya gasped. "This is Realm Heart," Naruto said, his voice carrying harmonics that shouldn't have been possible. The true form of a deviant who has transcended normal limitations. He moved, and the sound ninja couldn't even track him. In 5 seconds, all 12 enemies lay unconscious, their weapons shattered, their chakra disrupted at a fundamental level by Naruto's manipulation of visible mana particles. When the form faded, Naruto's hair returning to blonde and his eyes to blue, he swayed slightly from the exhaustion. Sylvie appeared from the shadows to support him, her presence no longer hidden. Tsunade stared at him with wide eyes. "What are you?" "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said simply, "and I'm the reincarnation of someone who won't let this village fall." They returned to Konoha, and Tsunade was inaugurated as the 5th Hokage. Her first act was to begin rebuilding what Orochimaru's invasion had destroyed. Her second act was to summon Naruto to her office. "I want answers," she said bluntly. "Real answers about what you are, what that power was, and why you're so different from every other genin in this village." Naruto sat across from her, Sylvie at his feet, and made a decision. He would tell her, not everything, but enough. "I'm the reincarnation of King Gray and Arthur Leywin," he said. "2 lives lived before this one, each ending in death and regret. I retain all memories, all skills, all abilities from those previous existences. The power you saw, Realm Heart, is the ultimate form of a quadra-elemental deviant, someone who can manipulate all 4 basic elements and their variants." He met her gaze steadily. "I'm also the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and someone who has sworn to protect this village not out of duty, but out of choice." Tsunade was silent for a long moment. Then she stood and walked to her window, looking out over Konoha. "Your power is extraordinary," she said finally. "Possibly greater than any shinobi currently alive. If Orochimaru knew the full extent of your abilities, he'd do anything to capture you." "Let him try," Naruto said coldly. "I owe him for the 3rd Hokage's death." "That's exactly what concerns me." Tsunade turned back to face him. "You have the power to reshape this entire village, possibly this entire world. The question is, what will you do with it?" Naruto stood, and something shifted in his expression. "I'll protect those I care about. I'll ensure no one else dies because I was too weak to save them. And I'll prove that strength doesn't have to come with loneliness, that power can be wielded with compassion." He paused. "But I'll also destroy anyone who threatens what I've chosen to protect, completely, without mercy or hesitation. Because that's what a king does, protects his people at any cost." Tsunade studied him with eyes that had seen decades of war. "You remind me of my grandfather. The same absolute conviction, the same willingness to shoulder burdens others couldn't bear." "Then you understand," Naruto said. "I'm not asking for permission or approval. I'm simply telling you what I intend to do." "I know," Tsunade replied. "And that's why I'm going to support you, because the village needs someone like you. Someone with both the power to protect it and the wisdom to use that power responsibly." Over the following weeks, Naruto's reputation in the village began to shift. No longer was he simply the Nine Tails Jinchuriki or the Academy troublemaker. He was recognized as the prodigy who had defeated a 7-ninja swordsman, who had demonstrated abilities beyond any genin in history, who had helped bring back the 5th Hokage. Children who had once avoided him now watched with awe. Ninja who had dismissed him now sought his advice on techniques. Even the civilian population began to see him differently, though the underlying hatred never fully disappeared. Naruto didn't care. He'd never sought their approval. All that mattered was protecting those few people he'd chosen to care about. 1 month after Tsunade became Hokage, an urgent mission arose. Sasuke had left the village. Seduced by Orochimaru's promises of power and revenge, Naruto stood in Tsunade's office, listening to the report with cold fury building in his chest. "That idiot," he said quietly. "After everything, after watching me demonstrate what real power looks like, he still chose to run to Orochimaru for scraps." "I need you to lead the retrieval team," Tsunade said. "Bring him back, Naruto, by force if necessary." Naruto nodded. "I'll bring him back. But Hokage-sama, understand this. If Sasuke has already been marked by Orochimaru, if the curse seal has fully activated, I won't be gentle. I'll do what's necessary to save him from his own stupidity." "Just bring him home," Tsunade said. "That's all I'm asking." The retrieval team consisted of Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Neji, all chunin or genin, who had proven themselves capable. They pursued Sasuke's trail, following the Sound Four, who were escorting him to Orochimaru's base. The battles were brief and brutal. The Sound Four were skilled, but they were facing a team led by someone who had commanded armies in past lives. Naruto's tactical instructions allowed them to overcome each member with minimal injury. Finally, they reached the Valley of the End, where Sasuke waited. The Uchiha stood at the edge of the waterfall, his curse mark spreading across his skin, his Sharingan spinning with dark intent. "I'm not going back," Sasuke said coldly. "Orochimaru will give me the power I need for my revenge, power you refuse to share, even though you claim to be my teammate." Naruto regarded him with disappointment. "Is that what you think? That I'm withholding power from you out of spite? What else am I supposed to think?" Sasuke snarled. "You demonstrate abilities that should be impossible. You defeat legendary ninja with ease. You have strength that could help me kill him, and you keep it all to yourself." "Because you're not ready for it," Naruto said simply. "Power without wisdom is just destruction waiting to happen. You want strength for revenge, for hatred. That's not a foundation that will support the kind of abilities I possess." Sasuke's curse mark spread further, transforming him into his second stage. "Then I'll take that power from Orochimaru, and someday I'll surpass you, Naruto. I'll prove that the Uchiha are superior to whatever you are." "You're being a child, Sasuke," Naruto said, and his voice carried disappointment rather than anger. "Running away from the village that gave you a home, from the teammates who care about you, all for the sake of revenge against a brother who's probably stronger than Orochimaru anyway. You're trading everything for nothing." "Don't talk about Itachi," Sasuke screamed, launching forward with enhanced speed. "You don't know anything about him." Naruto caught his fist effortlessly, his expression sad. "Is that Orochimaru's power?" he asked quietly. "Let me show you real power." He released Sasuke and stepped back. Then, for only the second time since arriving in this world, he activated his ultimate form, Realm Heart Awakening. The transformation was instantaneous and overwhelming. Naruto's hair bleached pure white, flowing with visible energy. His eyes ignited with bright lavender light, ancient runes spinning in their depths like galaxies. Purple runes crawled across his skin, each one glowing with otherworldly power that seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. His aura erupted outward, visible and crushing, a presence so overwhelming that Sasuke actually stumbled backward. The sky above them darkened, clouds swirling as if responding to the sheer concentration of power being unleashed. Mana particles became visible in the air, glowing specks of energy that danced around Naruto like fireflies. "This is Realm Heart," Naruto said, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated in the bones. "The true form of someone who has transcended the normal limits of power, the culmination of 2 lifetimes of mastery adapted to this world's energy system." He drew Dawn's ballad, and the teal blade blazed with light so intense it seemed to cut through reality itself. "Watch closely, Sasuke. This is the difference between a child playing with borrowed power and a king who has earned his strength through lifetimes of sacrifice. Thunderclap impulse. Lightning cracked across the valley of the end as Naruto appeared behind Sasuke, moving at speeds that made even the Sharingan seem slow. Dawn's ballad was at the Uchiha's throat before Sasuke could even begin to react. First lesson, Naruto said calmly. Speed means nothing if your opponent can move faster than you can perceive. He vanished again, appearing in front of Sasuke. Second lesson, power means nothing if you can't control it. A sphere of condensed mana chakra formed in Naruto's palm. Not a Rasengan, but something far more refined. He pressed it against Sasuke's chest, not releasing it, just letting the Uchiha feel the barely contained energy. This technique could obliterate you and everything within 100 yards, Naruto said quietly. I could end this right now, bring your unconscious body back to the village, and no one could stop me. Do you understand? The gap between us isn't just large, it's insurmountable. He dispersed the technique and stepped back. But I'm not going to do that, because forcing you to return would solve nothing. You just run away again, seeking power from someone else, making the same mistakes. Sasuke was trembling, not with fear, but with frustrated rage. Then what? You're just going to let me go to Orochimaru? No, Naruto said, and his voice turned cold. I'm going to make you a promise, Sasuke Uchiha. If you walk away from this village, if you choose Orochimaru's corruption over the bonds you've built here, then the next time we meet, I won't hold back. He pointed Dawn's ballad at Sasuke's heart. I'll hunt you down. I'll destroy everything Orochimaru has built, and I'll drag you back to Konoha in chains if necessary. Because despite your arrogance, despite your stupidity, you're still my teammate, and I protect what's mine. The realm heart form faded, Naruto's hair returning to blonde and his eyes to blue, but the weight of his words remained, heavy and absolute. So choose, Naruto said. Come back to the village willingly, train properly, grow strong the right way, or run to Orochimaru, become his pawn, and accept that I'll come for you eventually. Either way, you're not escaping your bonds to this village. I won't allow it. For a long moment, Sasuke stood frozen, caught between pride and pragmatism. The curse mark receded slightly, and something shifted in his expression. You really think you can force me back? He asked quietly. I know I can, Naruto replied. The question is whether you're smart enough to return without force being necessary. Sasuke looked at the path ahead, the direction of Orochimaru's base, then back at Naruto. Finally, his shoulders slumped. If I come back, he said slowly, will you train me? Really train me? Not just tell me I'm not ready? Naruto considered this. If you come back and demonstrate that you can separate your desire for power from your need for revenge, then yes, I'll teach you techniques that will make you strong enough to face Itachi when the time comes. But you have to prove you can handle that power responsibly first. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't complete trust or reconciliation, but it was enough. Fine, Sasuke said. I'll return to the village. As they walked back together, Sylvie appeared from the shadows and spoke directly to Sasuke for the first time. You made the right choice, her voice echoed in both their minds. Orochimaru would have consumed you, body and soul. Naruto will make you stronger, if you let him. Sasuke stared at the Dragon Fox hybrid in shock. It can talk? She can do a lot of things, Naruto said with a faint smile. You'll see. They returned to Konoha as dawn broke over the horizon. The retrieval team was battered but victorious. Sasuke was back, and Naruto had proven something crucial, that power could be used to protect rather than destroy, that strength could be wielded with compassion. Tsunade met them at the gate, relief evident on her face. Well done, she said simply. Naruto nodded, exhausted but satisfied. We need to talk, Hokage-sama, about Orochimaru, about the threats facing this village, and about what we're going to do to ensure this never happens again. Agreed, Tsunade said. But first, all of you get medical attention and rest. We'll discuss strategy tomorrow. As Naruto walked through the village streets, civilians and ninja alike watched him with newfound respect. He'd brought back the wayward Uchiha, had demonstrated power beyond anything they'd imagined, had proven himself a protector worthy of trust. But Naruto barely noticed. His mind was already moving forward, planning for the challenges ahead. Orochimaru was still out there, plotting his revenge. The Akatsuki organization, He'd learned about them from Jiraiya, was hunting Jinchuriki like himself. And somewhere in the shadows, threats he couldn't yet see were gathering. But he wasn't the same person who had died as Gray, consumed by loneliness. He wasn't even the same person who had died as Arthur, sacrificing himself for others. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the reincarnation of both, carrying the wisdom of 2 lifetimes and the determination to make this third life count. He had Sylvie at his side. He had Dawn's ballad at his hip. He had powers that transcended this world's normal limitations, and most importantly, he had people he cared about: Iruka, Hinata, his teammates, the villagers he'd sworn to protect. This time, he wouldn't waste his chance. This time, he would find the balance between strength and connection that had eluded him before. This time, he would live without regrets. As he entered his apartment and collapsed onto his bed, Sylvie curling up beside him, Naruto allowed himself a small smile. The journey was far from over. The battles ahead would test him in ways even his previous lives hadn't prepared him for. But for the first time in 3 lifetimes, he felt ready. Ready to protect. Ready to grow. Ready to prove that a king could be more than just powerful. He could be someone who made power mean something. The moonlight streamed through his window, illuminating Dawn's ballad where it rested against the wall. And Naruto closed his eyes, already dreaming of the future he would forge. A future where strength and compassion walked hand in hand. A future where loneliness was just a distant memory. A future worth fighting for. The stars overhead seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, ancient and unchanging. Naruto's fingers traced the hilt of Dawn's ballad, feeling the familiar weight of the weapon that had accompanied him through his 2nd life and now into his 3rd. This life, I'll do it right this time. The thought carried a weight that would have crushed a normal person. But Naruto Uzumaki was not normal, had never been normal, would never be normal. He was the accumulation of 3 lifetimes, the fusion of a lonely king, a devoted warrior, and a young ninja who had been given a chance that few souls ever received. A soft knock interrupted his meditation. "Come in, Hokage-sama," Naruto called without turning around. His mana sense had detected Tsunade's approach from 3 blocks away. The 5th Hokage entered his apartment, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. She'd aged well considering the stress of her position, but Naruto could see the lines of worry etched around her eyes, worry that had been there since the Valley of the End. "We need to talk," Tsunade said, closing the door behind her. "About what happened with Sasuke, about what you showed everyone." Naruto finally turned to face her, his blue eyes reflecting the moonlight. Sylvie stirred at his feet, but didn't wake. The Dragon Fox hybrid trusted Tsunade implicitly after she'd healed Naruto's exhaustion from the Realm Heart transformation. "I assume the council has questions," Naruto said calmly. "Questions?" Tsunade laughed without humor. "They're demanding answers, Naruto. You demonstrated abilities that shouldn't exist, fought on par with S-rank missing nin, and brought back an Uchiha who was ready to defect permanently. The entire village is talking about the White King who appeared at the Valley of the End." She sat down heavily in the chair across from him. "So I'm here, not as Hokage, but as someone who cares about you, asking, what are you?" Naruto was silent for a long moment, weighing his options. He'd kept his secrets close for so long, revealed only fragments to those he trusted. But Tsunade had proven herself worthy of truth. "I've lived before," he said finally. "Twice, in worlds different from this one, with power systems that don't exist here. I was a king in my 1st life, a warrior in my 2nd. Both times, I died with regrets. This life is my 3rd chance." Tsunade's medical training allowed her to maintain composure even in the face of impossible revelations. Reincarnation, with full memory retention. Yes, and not just memories. Skills, techniques, battle experience spanning decades across multiple lifetimes. The abilities I demonstrated aren't jutsu in the traditional sense. They're magic from another world, adapted to work with this world's chakra system. That's... Tsunade trailed off, struggling to process the implications. "That's why you're so different from other genin. You're not just talented, you're literally centuries old in terms of experience." "In some ways," Naruto agreed, "but I'm still learning what it means to be Naruto Uzumaki. Gray and Arthur taught me many things, but this life is teaching me lessons they never could." The Hokage leaned forward. The council wants you under observation. They're afraid of your power, Naruto. Some of them are calling you a threat that needs to be contained. And what do you think? Naruto's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a reminder that he was not someone who could be easily controlled. I think you're the most powerful asset this village has, Tsunade said bluntly. But I also think you're dangerous, not because you're malicious, but because you operate by rules the rest of us don't understand. So I'm going to make you an offer. She pulled out a scroll and placed it on the table between them. I can give you anything you want, a position in Anbu, access to the village's forbidden jutsu library, even a seat on the council if you desire political power. Name it, and it's yours, in exchange for your loyalty to Konoha. Naruto studied the scroll without touching it. In his first life as Gray, he would have seized such an offer immediately, recognizing it as the fastest path to more power. In his second life as Arthur, he might have accepted out of duty to protect those he cared about. But this was his third life, and he'd learned something crucial across his previous existences. True strength came not from accumulation, but from purpose. I don't want position or access or political power, Naruto said quietly. I want freedom. Tsunade blinked. Freedom? To grow stronger on my own terms. To protect this village not because I'm ordered to, but because I choose to. I've spent lifetimes being controlled by circumstances, by expectations, by the weight of responsibilities I never asked for. He met her gaze steadily. This time, I want to forge my own path. You're asking me to let you leave the village, Tsunade realized. For a time, yes. 2.5 years, maybe 3. I need to master the abilities I've inherited, refine techniques that are still raw, push myself beyond current limitations. Konoha is safe for now. Orochimaru is wounded. The Akatsuki won't move openly yet. This is the window where I can grow without putting the village at risk. Tsunade was quiet, considering. Jiraiya wants to take you as his student. He believes he can teach you. Jiraiya can teach me nothing I don't already know, Naruto interrupted, not unkindly. He's powerful, yes, legendary even. But I was commanding armies when he was still in the academy. I fought opponents that would make the Sannin seem like children. What I need isn't a teacher. It's time and space to become who I'm meant to be. The Hokage sighed, recognizing truth when she heard it. The council won't like this. The council doesn't have to like it. They just have to accept it. Naruto's voice carried the weight of absolute certainty. I'm not asking permission, Hokage-sama. I'm informing you of my intention out of respect. Whether you approve or not, I will leave Konoha to train. The only question is whether I leave with your blessing or as a missing nin. That sounds like a threat. It's a statement of fact. I won't be caged, Tsunade. Not by duty, not by fear, not by political necessity. I've lived in cages before. The isolation of being a king, the burden of being a lance, the hatred of being a jinchuriki. This time, I choose freedom. Tsunade stood and walked to the window, looking out over the village she'd sworn to protect. Naruto could see her struggling with the decision, weighing her responsibilities against the reality of trying to control someone fundamentally beyond her authority. If I let you go, she said finally, I need your word that you'll return, that when Konoha needs you, you'll answer. You have it, Naruto said immediately. I've claimed this village as mine to protect. I don't abandon what's mine. And if the council tries to stop you, a cold smile crossed Naruto's face. Then they'll learn why trying to cage a king is a fatal mistake. Tsunade turned back to face him, and something in her expression had shifted. You remind me of my grandfather. The same absolute conviction, the same willingness to shoulder burdens alone. It terrified people then, and it terrifies them now. Fear is a tool, Naruto said. Better they fear me and stay alive than love me and die because I wasn't strong enough to protect them. The Hokage nodded slowly, coming to a decision. 3 years. You leave with my blessing as a training journey, not as desertion. But Naruto, when you return, things will be different. The world is changing. Threats are gathering. I need you to be ready. I will be, Naruto promised. When I return, I'll be strong enough that no one will ever threaten what I've chosen to protect again. Tsunade left without another word, and Naruto returned to the window. Sylvie woke, stretching her hybrid body and padding over to sit beside him. Are you certain about this? Her voice echoed in his mind. Leaving them all behind, Training alone? I'm certain that I can't become what I need to be while surrounded by limitations, Naruto replied. In my first life, I isolated myself through arrogance. In my second, I was surrounded by people, but still fundamentally alone. This time, I need to find balance, and I can't do that here. What about the Hyuga girl? Hinata? She confessed her feelings to you before the Sasuke mission. Naruto's expression softened slightly. Hinata deserves someone who can give her what she needs. Right now, I'm still learning how to be human again after lifetimes of being something else. It wouldn't be fair to her. But you care about her. I do, which is why I need to leave. If I stay, I'll hurt her by being unable to return what she feels. If I leave and grow, maybe when I return, I'll be capable of being what she deserves. The night deepened and Naruto began preparations for his departure. 3 days later, Naruto stood at Konoha's gates with a single travel pack and Dawn's ballad strapped across his back. Sylvie sat beside him, slightly larger than she'd been weeks ago. Her growth was accelerating as she absorbed ambient mana from their bond. Iruka Umino approached, his expression a mixture of sadness and pride. The academy teacher had been more of a father to Naruto than anyone else, and the young ninja felt an unexpected tightness in his chest at the thought of leaving him. "So, you're really going?" Iruka said quietly. "I have to," Naruto replied. "There are things I need to master, strengths I need to develop. I can't do that here." "Will you be safe?" Naruto smiled faintly. "Iruka-sensei, I'm probably the most dangerous person in this village right now. Safety isn't a concern." "That's not what I meant." Iruka placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I mean, will you be all right? Alone out there, without anyone to watch your back?" The concern in his voice reminded Naruto of his father from his second life, Reynolds Leywin, who had worried about Arthur even when the boy had demonstrated abilities far beyond normal. The similarity made Naruto's throat tight. "I won't be alone," he said, gesturing to Sylvie. "And I promise I'll come back. Stronger, yes, but still me." Iruka pulled him into a brief hug, unexpected and deeply meaningful. "You've grown so much," the teacher whispered. "Your parents would be proud." Naruto returned the embrace, allowing himself this moment of vulnerability. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei, for everything, for being there when no one else was." When they separated, Iruka's eyes were wet, but his smile was genuine. "Go become the legend you're meant to be. Just don't forget where you came from. Never." As Iruka walked away, Hinata appeared. She wore her usual jacket despite the warm weather, and her Byakugan was deactivated, showing her pale lavender eyes clearly. "Naruto-kun," she said softly, "I heard you were leaving." "For a while," he confirmed. "I need to train, to grow stronger. The threats coming will require more than I can currently provide." Hinata stepped closer, and Naruto could see she'd been practicing the speech she was about to give. "Before you go, I need to say something. I know you know how I feel about you. I've never been good at hiding it." "Hinata, please let me finish." She took a deep breath. "I love you, Naruto-kun. I have since we were children. But I also understand that you're different, that you carry burdens I can't fully comprehend, so I'm not asking you to return my feelings right now." She met his gaze with surprising strength. "I'm asking you to let me wait for you, to give me the chance to prove that I can stand beside someone as strong as you. When you return, I'll have grown too, and maybe then." Naruto studied her, seeing not the shy girl who used to faint at his presence, but a young woman who had trained relentlessly, who had stood against Neji despite knowing she would lose, who had demonstrated a strength of spirit that transcended physical power. "I'm not ready to let anyone in yet," he said honestly. "I've spent lifetimes alone, Hinata, learning to open myself to another person. It's harder than any technique I've mastered. But," he stepped closer, reaching out to gently touch her cheek, "if anyone could teach me how to do it, it would be you. So yes, wait for me, grow stronger, and when I return, we'll see if a king can learn to love again." Hinata's eyes filled with tears, but they were tears of hope rather than sadness. "I'll wait as long as it takes." "Don't wait forever," Naruto said softly. "If someone else makes you happy, don't refuse them because of me. I won't begrudge you finding joy." "There won't be anyone else," Hinata said with absolute certainty. "There's only ever been you." Naruto leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Not romantic, but meaningful. Then I'll try to be worthy of that devotion. I promise. As Hinata left, wiping her eyes, Naruto felt something shift inside him. For the first time in 3 lifetimes, he allowed himself to hope that maybe, just maybe, he could have both strength and connection. Kakashi appeared from thin air, his signature teleportation technique depositing him directly in front of Naruto. So the prodigy is leaving us. For now, Naruto confirmed. The village is in good hands, Kakashi-sensei. You, Tsunade, the other Jonin, you'll keep Konoha safe while I'm gone. It's not the village I'm worried about, Kakashi said, his visible eyes serious. It's you. You're walking a dangerous path, Naruto. Power without connection leads to isolation. Trust me, I know. I'm not seeking power for its own sake, Naruto replied. I'm seeking the strength necessary to protect what I've claimed as mine. There's a difference. Is there? Kakashi challenged. Or are you just telling yourself that to justify walking away from the bonds you formed here? The question struck deeper than Kakashi probably realized. It echoed Gray's justifications for conquest, Arthur's rationale for constant training. Was Naruto repeating old patterns, or had he truly learned from past mistakes? I'm leaving so I can come back stronger, Naruto said finally, so that when the real threats arrive, and they will, I'll be ready to face them without putting everyone I care about at risk. That's not abandonment, that's preparation. Kakashi sighed. Just promise me one thing. When you come back, don't be a stranger. You're part of Team 7, no matter how powerful you become. I promise, Naruto said. Team 7 is important to me. Even Sasuke, the stubborn idiot. Speaking of which, Kakashi pulled out a small scroll. Sasuke wanted me to give you this. He's too proud to say goodbye in person, but Naruto opened the scroll and read the brief message. Don't get too far ahead. I'll catch up. A faint smile crossed Naruto's face. Tell him I'll be waiting to see if he can keep that promise. With final farewells complete, Naruto turned toward the open road beyond Konoha's gates. Sylvie rose to her full height beside him, and together they walked forward into a journey that would reshape not just Naruto, but the entire shinobi world. Behind him, the village that had rejected him, then accepted him, then come to fear and respect him. Watch the White King depart. Ahead lay 2.5 years of solitude, training, and transformation. And at the end of that road, a reunion that would prove whether a king who had died twice could finally learn to truly live. 6 months into training, the wilderness of the Land of Fire's border regions had become Naruto's home. He'd found a valley far from civilization, surrounded by mountains that provided natural barriers against unwanted observation. Here, he could train without restraint, push his limits without worrying about collateral damage. Sylvie had grown significantly. Now the size of a small horse, her dragon fox hybrid form more refined and powerful. She could maintain flight for hours. Her scales had hardened to near impenetrable strength, and her mental communication with Naruto had deepened to the point where they could share sensory information seamlessly. Your form is improving, Sylvie noted as Naruto moved through sword katas with Dawn's ballad. The transition between Arthur's style and this world's techniques is becoming more fluid. Naruto completed the sequence and lowered his blade. I'm adapting Arthur's swordsmanship to incorporate chakra enhancement. The result is something neither world has seen, a perfect fusion of mana-based combat techniques and ninja arts. He demonstrated by performing a basic strike enhanced with wind chakra. The resulting blade of compressed air carved through a boulder 30 feet away, the cut so clean that the two halves remained balanced for several seconds before sliding apart. But that's just refinement of existing skills, Naruto continued, dismissing the wind chakra. What I really need to master is Realm Heart. That transformation is my ultimate trump card, but it's still too taxing. During the fight with Sasuke, Naruto had maintained Realm Heart for less than 10 minutes before exhaustion forced him to deactivate it. That limitation was unacceptable. If he faced an enemy who could withstand his initial assault, he needed to sustain the transformation long enough to achieve victory. You're trying to force a mana-based transformation into a chakra-based body, Sylvie observed. The conflict between energy systems is what drains you so quickly. Then I need to resolve that conflict. Naruto said, make the transformation native to this world rather than imported from another. He sat in meditation, entering the mental space where he could examine his own energy pathways. The chakra network that existed in every ninja was there, blue and flowing. But overlaid on it was something else. The mana core that Arthur had developed, adapted to coexist with chakra, but still fundamentally separate. The problem was clear. Realm Heart drew on mana exclusively, ignoring the vast chakra reserves available. It was like trying to run a machine designed for one type of fuel on a completely different energy source. What if you integrated them completely? Sylvie suggested. Not just coexisting, but actually merged into a single unified power source? That would require reshaping my entire energy system, Naruto said slowly. Potentially dangerous, definitely painful, but theoretically possible. Over the following weeks, Naruto attempted what no being in either of his previous worlds had ever tried: the complete fusion of two fundamentally different power systems into a single unified whole. The process was excruciating. Each time he tried to merge chakra and mana, his body rebelled. Energy pathways burned, his core felt like it was tearing apart, and more than once he collapsed unconscious from the strain. Sylvie stood guard during these experiments, using her own bond with Naruto to monitor his vital signs and pull him back from the edge when integration attempts went too far. But slowly, painfully, progress emerged. Naruto discovered that by treating chakra and mana not as separate fuels but as complementary aspects of the same fundamental energy, he could begin weaving them together. Chakra provided quantity and versatility, the ability to perform numerous techniques with different effects. Mana provided quality and refinement, the precision and power to execute those techniques at levels impossible with chakra alone. 3 months into his training, he achieved his first successful integration. The sensation was unlike anything Naruto had experienced across 3 lifetimes. His energy pathways reconfigured themselves, chakra and mana flowing together in perfect synchronization. His core pulsed with combined power, neither purely chakra nor purely mana, but something entirely new. When he activated Realm Heart in this state, the transformation was different. His hair still bleached pure white, his eyes still blazed with lavender light, runes still crawled across his skin. But now the transformation felt natural rather than forced, drawing on his unified energy source, rather than trying to impose foreign power on an incompatible system. More importantly, the drain was minimal. Naruto maintained the transformation for an hour without significant fatigue, pushing himself through combat drills that would have exhausted him in minutes previously. "You've done it," Sylvie said with genuine awe. "You've created something that shouldn't exist, a true fusion of 2 worlds. Power systems." Naruto deactivated Realm Heart and examined his hands, feeling the unified energy flowing through him even in base form. "This is just the beginning. Now that integration is complete, I can develop techniques that use both aspects simultaneously." He spent the next months doing exactly that, creating an arsenal of original techniques that would have been impossible with either energy system alone. Ashura's Judgment, a technique that combined gravity manipulation with lightning chakra. Naruto would create a field of intensified gravity, pinning opponents in place, then channel lightning through the gravitational distortion to deliver devastating electric shocks that ignored conventional defenses. King's Domain, an area control technique that established a territory where Naruto could manipulate ambient mana particles visible only to him in Realm Heart form. Within this domain, he could alter fundamental properties like friction, air resistance, and even the flow of an opponent's chakra by manipulating the mana particles interfacing with their energy system. Void Step, an evolution of Thunderclap Impulse that incorporated spatial understanding from Arthur's Realm Heart. Rather than simply moving at lightning-enhanced speed, Void Step allowed Naruto to briefly distort space, stepping through microscopic tears in reality to relocate instantly within a 100-foot radius. The technique left after images that confused opponents and created opportunities for devastating surprise attacks. Dawn's Resonance, a technique specific to his sword, where Naruto channeled unified chakra mana through Dawn's ballad, causing the blade to vibrate at frequencies that could cut through virtually any material. The technique also allowed the sword to extend its cutting range, creating invisible blades of compressed energy that could slice targets up to 50 feet away, Each technique was tested, refined, and pushed to its limits against the wilderness around him. Mountains were leveled during practice sessions. Valleys were carved by errant strikes. The landscape itself became a testament to Naruto's growing power. But he didn't just train combat abilities. Naruto also worked on control, precision, and efficiency. He practiced maintaining realm heart while performing delicate tasks, picking flowers without crushing them, catching raindrops without breaking surface tension. These exercises taught him to wield overwhelming power with surgical precision, ensuring he could fight at full strength without causing unnecessary collateral damage. "You're becoming more like Arthur," Sylvie observed during one such training session, focused on refinement rather than raw strength. "Arthur understood something Gray never did," Naruto replied. "Power without control is just destruction. True strength comes from wielding maximum force with minimum waste." He also spent time on mental training, refining his tactical thinking and strategic planning. Using memories from Gray's conquests and Arthur's battles, Naruto developed contingency plans for every conceivable threat scenario. He analyzed weaknesses in his own fighting style and created countermeasures. He studied the intelligence reports Jiraiya had shared about the Akatsuki organization, identifying patterns and predicting their likely strategies. By the time a full year had passed, Naruto had transformed from a prodigious genin into something that transcended normal classification. He wasn't just stronger than when he'd left Konoha. He'd evolved into an entirely different category of combatant. 18 months into training, the encounter came without warning. Naruto had ventured into the land of rivers to gather supplies from a remote trading post when he sensed a massive chakra signature approaching. It was dark, twisted, and unmistakably hostile. The kind of energy that radiated killing intent like a beacon. He diverted to intercept, finding a small village under attack. The aggressor was a missing 9 from the Hidden Stone, a Jonin-level combatant who had apparently decided that raiding defenseless civilians was easier than honest work. Bodies littered the ground, and survivors cowered in buildings as the rogue ninja demonstrated his techniques with sadistic pleasure. Naruto felt something cold settle into his chest, the same icy fury that had consumed Gray during his most ruthless campaigns, the same protective rage that had driven Arthur to desperate measures when his loved ones were threatened. "That's enough," Naruto said, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. The missing nin turned, taking in Naruto's appearance. 16 years old now, taller and broader through the shoulders, wearing modified traveling clothes in black and teal with white accents. Dawn's ballad was strapped across his back, and Sylvie stood beside him at her full size, easily as large as a horse. "Another hero come to die?" The rogue ninja laughed. "Perfect. I was getting bored with these weaklings." He didn't see Naruto move. One moment the blonde ninja was standing 30 feet away. The next, Dawn's ballad was pressed against the missing nin's throat, the teal blade drawing a thin line of blood. "I'm not a hero," Naruto said coldly. "I'm a king, and you just made your final mistake." The rogue ninja tried to activate a technique, hands forming seals desperately. Naruto simply flexed his will, and gravity crushed down on the man with overwhelming force. Bones cracked, the ninja's hands were driven into the ground, and his chakra flow disrupted completely. "I could kill you in a dozen different ways," Naruto continued, his voice devoid of emotion. "But that would be mercy you don't deserve. Instead, I'm going to ensure you never hurt anyone again." Dawn's ballad flashed. The missing 9 screamed. When Naruto stepped back, the rogue ninja's hands were ruined, tendons severed precisely at points that would never heal properly, chakra points destroyed permanently. He would live, but he would never form another seal, never channel chakra through his hands again. "Now crawl away," Naruto commanded, "and tell every other missing nin you encounter. The White King is watching. Those who prey on the innocent will answer to me." The broken ninja fled, sobbing in agony and terror. Naruto turned to the surviving villagers, finding them staring at him with expressions mixing gratitude and fear. "You're safe now," he said simply. "Bury your dead with honor. They didn't deserve this." As he left the village, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. That was brutal. Necessary, but brutal. "Some lessons need to be taught harshly," Naruto replied. "If that missing nin spreads the word, it might deter others from similar crimes. One ruined pair of hands to potentially save dozens of lives. The mathematics are simple. You sound like Gray. Gray would have killed him and everyone who witnessed it to prevent word from spreading. I'm not that person anymore. But I'm not Arthur either, unwilling to make hard choices when they're necessary. I'm learning to find the balance between mercy and justice. Over the following months, Naruto encountered more such situations. Bandits raiding travelers, rogue ninja terrorizing civilians, criminals who preyed on the weak. Each time he intervened with overwhelming force and surgical precision, leaving survivors alive but permanently incapacitated. Word began to spread through the criminal underworld. The White King was hunting. Some dismissed it as rumor. Others investigated and found the truth. There was indeed a powerful entity traveling the border regions, a young man with white hair when fighting, and a massive creature beside him, who destroyed any threat to innocence with absolute authority. Bounties were placed on Naruto's head by crime syndicates who found their operations disrupted. Hunters came seeking glory and profit. None survived the encounter intact. A team of 7 A-rank Missing 9 cornered Naruto in a canyon, believing numbers would overwhelm individual skill. He activated Realm Heart, established King's Domain, and ended the fight in 43 seconds. All 7 survived, but with ruined chakra networks and broken bodies that would never fully heal. An S-rank bounty hunter known as the Black Reaper tracked Naruto for 2 weeks, studying his patterns and preparing an ambush. When he finally struck, Naruto countered with Void Step, appearing behind the assassin and placing Dawn's Ballad at his spine. You're skilled, Naruto acknowledged, persistent, but ultimately outmatched. Run. Spread the word that hunting the White King is suicide. The Black Reaper fled and never took another contract against Naruto. These encounters served dual purposes. They protected innocence while also providing real combat experience. Sparring with Sylvie was valuable, but nothing replaced the unpredictability of fighting skilled opponents who truly wanted to kill him. Naruto refined his techniques through these battles, learning to minimize energy waste and maximize effectiveness. He discovered that Asura's judgment could be scaled down to target individual opponents rather than wide areas. He found that King's Domain could be maintained passively at low power, giving him constant awareness of his surroundings without significant drain. He perfected Void Step to the point where he could chain multiple relocations in rapid succession, creating the illusion of simultaneous presence in multiple locations. 2 years into training, Sylvie had grown to her full adolescent size, as large as an adult tiger, with scales that gleamed like polished obsidian edged in silver. Her dragon features had become more pronounced. Horns swept back from her skull. Wings could deploy from her shoulders when needed, and her tail had developed a blade-like fin that could cut through steel. I'm approaching my first evolution, she told Naruto during a meditation session. Soon I'll reach maturity and achieve my true form. Will it change our bond? Naruto asked, concerned. It will deepen it. Our souls are intertwined, Naruto. Your growth has accelerated mine, and my evolution will enhance our connection further. When I transform, you'll gain access to abilities we've only theorized about. The evolution came during their 24th month of training. Sylvie's body was enveloped in brilliant light, her form shifting and reforming over the course of 3 days. Naruto maintained a protective vigil, using King's Domain to ward off curious predators and establish a barrier of gravity that nothing could penetrate. When the light faded, Sylvie emerged transformed. She was massive now, 15 feet long from nose to tail tip, with a wingspan of 30 feet when fully extended. Her scales had become iridescent, shifting between black, silver, and deep purple, depending on the light. Her eyes glowed with intelligent violet radiance that matched Naruto's Realm Heart form. And most striking of all, runes similar to those that appeared on Naruto's skin in transformation now decorated her body permanently, pulsing with unified chakra mana. I am complete, Sylvie said, and her voice resonated not just in Naruto's mind but in the air itself, audible to normal hearing. I am Sylvie, Bond of the White King, and I claim my place at your side. Naruto approached, running his hand along her scaled neck. You're beautiful and terrifying. As are you, Sylvie replied with amusement. We are matched, you and I, King and Guardian. Together we are unstoppable. She wasn't exaggerating. With Sylvie's evolution, Their bond had achieved a new level of synchronization. Naruto could now access her enhanced senses directly, seeing through her eyes, hearing through her ears. When they fought together, their movements were perfectly coordinated. Sylvie would engage from range with elemental breath attacks while Naruto closed for melee combat, each one compensating for the other's weaknesses. More impressive still, Sylvie could now channel Naruto's techniques through herself. When she breathed fire, it carried the properties of Naruto's elemental manipulation, burning hot enough to melt stone. When she struck with her tail, gravity enhancement from their shared bond made the impacts devastating. They tested their new capabilities against increasingly dangerous targets, venturing into territories where S-rank threats dwelled and systematically challenging them. A rogue summoned beast that had been terrorizing the land of hot water fell to their combined assault minutes. A group of rogue stone ninja attempting to destabilize the border regions were crushed under Sylvie's gravity-enhanced dive attacks, while Naruto systematically disabled their techniques with Dawn's resonance. Word of the White King and his dragon guardian spread fair enough that the hidden villages began to take notice. Jiraiya, conducting his spy network operations, sent a message through one of his contacts. Impressive work out there. The criminal underworld is terrified of you. Just remember, power draws attention. The Akatsuki are watching. Stay alert. Naruto appreciated the warning, but he wasn't concerned. Let the Akatsuki watch. When they finally moved against him, they would learn the same lesson every other threat had. The White King was not prey. 30 months into training, final refinements. With only 6 months remaining before his planned return to Konoha, Naruto focused on perfecting his ultimate techniques and developing countermeasures for specific threats he knew he would face. The Akatsuki organization had been active during his absence. Jiraiya's intelligence reports indicated they'd begun actively hunting Jinchuriki. Naruto knew he was a target, knew they would eventually come for the Nine Tails sealed within him. He needed to be ready. The first challenge was the seal itself. The Nine Tails had been relatively quiet during Naruto's training, but the massive fox's chakra still occasionally leaked into his system, causing disruptions. Naruto needed to address this directly. He entered his mindscape, a mental representation of the seal that housed Kurama. The environment had changed since his childhood. What had once been a dank sewer was now a vast throne room, elegant and imposing, reflecting Naruto's evolved self-image. The Nine Tails lounged behind massive bars, Nine Tails swishing lazily as he regarded Naruto with crimson eyes. "So the king finally comes to visit his prisoner," Kurama rumbled. "I was wondering when you'd acknowledge my existence beyond occasionally borrowing my chakra." "You're not a prisoner," Naruto corrected, approaching the cage. "You're a resource I haven't properly utilized. That changes now." Kurama's eyes narrowed. "You want to make a deal? How predictable." "I want to offer partnership," Naruto clarified. "You've been sealed in Jinchuriki before, forced to provide power while being treated as a mindless beast. But you're not mindless, are you? You're ancient, intelligent, and incredibly powerful. Wasting that potential benefits neither of us." "And what could you possibly offer me?" Kurama asked skeptically. "Freedom, eventually. But more immediately, respect and cooperation. I'm not interested in dominating you or forcing compliance. I want to work with you, combine your power with mine, create something neither of us could achieve alone." Naruto sat down in front of the cage, meeting Kurama's gaze steadily. "I've been a king and a warrior across multiple lifetimes. I understand what it means to be imprisoned by circumstances beyond your control. You didn't choose to be sealed, didn't ask to be treated as a weapon. But here we are, bound together. We can hate that reality, or we can use it to become something extraordinary." Kurama was silent for a long moment. "You're different from other Jinchuriki. Most fear me or try to suppress me. You're proposing cooperation." "Because I'm strong enough to offer it without fear," Naruto said. "I don't need your power to survive. I've developed abilities that function independently of your chakra. But combining our strengths would make us nearly invincible. And eventually, when I'm powerful enough to maintain the seal consciously, I can offer you true freedom, the ability to manifest outside my body while remaining bonded, to experience the world rather than watching it through bars." "You speak of things that should be impossible," Kurama said, but there was interest in his voice now. "I've done impossible things before. I'll do them again." Naruto stood and extended his hand toward the cage. "So what do you say, Kurama? Will you partner with me or continue wasting away in solitude?" The Nine-Tails studied him for several seconds more. Then, slowly, one massive paw reached through the bars and touched Naruto's hand. "Very well, King. I'll lend you my power freely, see if you can live up to your promises. But know this, if you betray my trust, if you treat me as just another tool, I will make you regret it." "Fair enough," Naruto agreed. "I'd expect nothing less from the most powerful of the tailed beasts." The partnership formed that day transformed Naruto's capabilities yet again. With Kurama's willing cooperation, he could now access the Nine-Tails chakra without the usual corruption or loss of control. The crimson energy mixed with his unified chakra mana, creating a third layer of power that was volatile and overwhelming. When Naruto activated Realm Heart while also channeling Kurama's chakra, the result was spectacular. His white hair gained crimson highlights that flickered like flames. His eyes blazed with lavender light, edged in red. The purple runes on his skin pulsed with orange accents, and his aura became visible as a combination of teal-white energy and crimson chakra, creating a corona of power that made the air itself shimmer with heat. In this enhanced state, Naruto's already formidable abilities reached terrifying levels. Asura's judgment could level mountains. King's domain expanded to cover entire battlefields. Void Step allowed him to relocate across miles rather than mere meters. But the transformation was taxing. Even with Kurama's cooperation and his unified energy system, maintaining this ultimate form drained him rapidly. Naruto could sustain it for perhaps 20 minutes before exhaustion forced deactivation. "It's your trump card," Sylvie observed when they tested the form together. "The technique you use when absolutely everything depends on victory." "Exactly," Naruto agreed. "Against normal opponents, base Realm Heart is overkill. Against S-rank threats, standard Realm Heart should suffice. But if I ever face something truly catastrophic, gods, dimensions-ending threats, this is what I'll use." He named the form Perfect Integration and swore to only activate it when no other option remained. The final months of training passed in intensive refinement. Naruto practiced every technique until they became instinctive, rehearsed battle strategies until they were automatic, and prepared contingencies for every conceivable scenario. He also spent time on introspection, examining the lessons learned across 3 lifetimes and determining what kind of person he wanted to be. Gray had taught him the hollowness of power without purpose. Arthur had taught him the importance of protecting those he loved. Naruto was learning to balance both lessons, maintaining strength while opening himself to connection, wielding power while accepting vulnerability. When the 3-year mark approached, Naruto was ready. Not just in terms of combat ability, but in terms of self-understanding. He'd grown not just stronger but wiser, not just more powerful but more complete. On his final night before returning to Konoha, Naruto stood on a cliff overlooking a vast valley, Sylvie at his side, and reflected on his journey. "Are you ready to go back?" Sylvie asked. "I am," Naruto confirmed, "but I'm not returning as the same person who left. I'm stronger, yes. But more importantly, I'm finally comfortable with who I am. King Gray's ruthlessness tempered by Arthur Leywin's compassion, all filtered through Naruto Uzumaki's determination to protect what matters." "And Hinata?" Naruto smiled faintly. "I think I'm finally ready to see if I can give her what she deserves. If a king can learn to love without losing himself, that might be the greatest challenge of all." As dawn broke over the valley, Naruto and Sylvie began the journey back to Konoha. The White King was coming home, returned to Konoha. The guards at Konoha's gates didn't recognize him at first. Naruto had changed significantly during his 3-year absence. He stood 6 feet tall now, with a lean, powerful build that spoke of intense physical conditioning. His blonde hair was longer, tied back in a small ponytail, with loose strands framing a face that had lost all traces of childish roundness. His eyes remained blue, but carried depths that hadn't existed before. The weight of 3 lifetimes fully integrated into a singular self-awareness. He wore modified combat attire, black pants tucked into boots, a teal long-sleeve shirt under a white vest with black accents, and a flowing white coat that settled at mid-thigh. Dawn's ballad was strapped across his back in a new sheath that allowed quick-draw techniques. And beside him walked Sylvie in her full draconic glory, easily the size of a large bear. "Halt," one guard called, raising his hand. "State your business in." He stopped mid-sentence as recognition finally dawned. "Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki?" "Hello, Izumo," Naruto said with a slight smile, recognizing the chunin from his academy days. "I'm back." Izumo stared at him in shock. You've changed." Grown. "That thing beside you." "Her name is Sylvie," Naruto corrected mildly. "And she's with me. I trust there won't be any issues?" No issues. Welcome home, Naruto." Izumo quickly signed him through the gates, though his eyes never left Sylvie's imposing form. As Naruto walked through the village streets, people stopped to stare. Word spread rapidly. Naruto Uzumaki had returned, and he was virtually unrecognizable from the genin who had left 3 years ago. Children pointed and whispered. Adults watched warily. Ninja studied him with professional interest, noting the confidence in his walk, the alertness in his gaze, the presence that marked him as dangerous despite his youth. Sakura nearly walked past him before doing a double take. "Naruto, is that really you?" He turned to face his former teammate, taking in her own changes. She'd grown taller, her pink hair longer and styled differently. More significantly, she carried herself with newfound confidence, the result of Tsunade's training, no doubt. "Hello, Sakura," Naruto said. "You're looking well. Training with the Hokage has clearly been beneficial." Sakura's eyes widened as she took in his appearance. You've really changed. And what is that thing?" Sylvie's eyes gleamed with amusement. "That thing has a name, pink-haired girl." Sakura jumped at the voice in her head. "It talks?" "She talks," Naruto corrected. "And her name is Sylvie. She's been my companion for years now. You'll see her around often." Okay. Wow. This is a lot to process." Sakura shook her head, trying to regain composure. "Kakashi-sensei will want to see you. Actually, the whole village has been waiting for your return. There are rumors that I've become something dangerous." Naruto finished calmly. "Those rumors are accurate, but I'm still on Konoha's side. That hasn't changed." As he continued through the village, more familiar faces appeared. Shikamaru gave him a lazy wave, though his sharp eyes assessed Naruto with new calculation. Ino stared openly, her romantic interest from their academy days clearly rekindling. Choji offered a friendly smile while eyeing Sylvie with concern. But it was Hinata who truly stopped Naruto in his tracks. She emerged from a training ground, wearing modified Hyuga attire that allowed for greater mobility. Her hair was longer, styled in a practical ponytail. But what struck Naruto most was the confidence in her bearing. Gone was the shy girl who could barely speak to him, replaced by a woman who met his gaze directly. "Naruto-kun," she said softly, but her voice carried strength it had lacked before. "You came back." "I promised I would," Naruto replied, moving closer. "And you've grown, strong, I can sense it." Hinata had indeed grown stronger. Her chakra signature was vastly more refined than when he'd left, and the way she held herself suggested combat experience that went beyond simple training. Tsunade had clearly pushed her hard. "I told you I would wait," Hinata said. "I told you I would become strong enough to stand beside you. Have I succeeded?" Naruto studied her carefully, using his enhanced senses to gauge her capabilities. She was solidly Jonin level now, with refined gentle fist techniques and impressive chakra control. Not on his level. Few beings in this world would ever be, but formidable in her own right. "You've exceeded my expectations," Naruto said honestly. "You're not the same person I left behind. You've earned the strength you carry." Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, but she maintained eye contact. "Then can we talk? After you've reported to the Hokage?" "I'd like that," Naruto agreed. "There are things I need to say to you. Things I wasn't ready to say 3 years ago." Before their conversation could continue, an Anbu operative appeared. "Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage requests your immediate presence." Naruto nodded. "Tell her I'm on my way." He turned back to Hinata. "Wait for me at the training ground where we used to practice. I'll find you after the debriefing." As he followed the Anbu toward the Hokage tower, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. "The Hyuga girl has become formidable. You chose well, if you truly intend to pursue this." "I do," Naruto confirmed silently. "She's proven herself worthy of consideration. Now I need to prove I can be what she deserves." Tsunade's office was exactly as he remembered, cluttered with paperwork, reeking of sake, and dominated by the fifth Hokage's powerful presence. But as Naruto entered, he noted new lines on her face, gray in her hair that hadn't existed 3 years ago. Leadership had aged her. "Naruto," Tsunade said, setting down her sake cup, "you've returned, and you brought a dragon." "Dragon fox hybrid," Sylvie corrected, settling beside Naruto. "Please be accurate in your descriptions." Tsunade's eyes widened at the mental communication. She talks." "Sylvie has been my bonded companion since my previous life," Naruto explained. "She's evolved significantly during our training. You'll find her presence useful in combat situations. I'll take your word for it." Tsunade stood and circled her desk, studying Naruto with the critical eye of a medical professional. "You've changed significantly. Taller, stronger, more refined chakra control. And there's something else. Your energy signature is different, more unified." "I successfully integrated the two power systems," Naruto confirmed. "Chakra and mana now function as a single cohesive whole. The result is greater efficiency and power than either system alone could provide." "Show me," Tsunade commanded. Naruto allowed a small amount of his unified energy to manifest visibly, creating a sphere of teal-white light in his palm. The energy pulsed with combined properties. The versatility of chakra merged with the refinement of mana, creating something new and extraordinary. Tsunade's eyes widened. I've never seen anything like that. The medical applications alone could revolutionize healing techniques." "I hadn't considered that angle," Naruto admitted. "Though you're right, unified energy would likely enhance medical jutsu significantly. Perhaps we can explore that after more immediate concerns are addressed." Speaking of which, Tsunade returned to her desk and pulled out a folder. "The situation has become complicated during your absence. The Akatsuki organization has accelerated their operations. They've captured 2 Jinchuriki already, the one tail and the 2 tails. Our intelligence suggests they're hunting the remaining tailed beasts systematically. Which means they'll come for the 9 tails eventually," Naruto concluded. "Good. I've been preparing for exactly that confrontation." "You sound eager." "I'm realistic. The Akatsuki are powerful, organized, and determined. Avoiding them is impossible. So instead, I've spent 3 years ensuring that when we finally face each other, I'll be the one walking away victorious." Tsunade studied him for a long moment. "You've become cold, Naruto, calculating. Is this what your previous lives taught you?" "My previous lives taught me that sentiment without strength leads to tragedy," Naruto replied. "I'm not cold, Hokage-sama. I'm prepared. There's a difference." Before Tsunade could respond, the door burst open and Kakashi entered, his visible eye widening as he saw Naruto. "The rumors were true," the Jonin said. "You really did come back." "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto greeted with a slight smile. "Still reading those terrible books? Still hiding your true strength behind a mask of normalcy?" Kakashi countered. Then his expression grew serious. "We need to talk about Team 7, about Sasuke." Naruto's expression hardened. "What about him?" "He's been conflicted since you left, training obsessively, pushing himself to extremes. He talks about you constantly, needing to surpass you, prove himself equal to you. It's becoming an obsession." "Sasuke has always been obsessed with surpassing others," Naruto said dismissively. "First Itachi, now me. That's his fundamental weakness. He measures his worth by comparison rather than absolute capability." "Maybe," Kakashi allowed. "But he's also grown significantly. He's high Jonin level now, has developed his own original techniques. He might actually be capable of challenging you." "Then let him try," Naruto said coldly. "If a sparring match will satisfy his need for validation, I'm willing to indulge him. But understand this, I won't hold back to protect his pride. If he wants to measure himself against me, he'll see the real gap between us." Tsunade intervened. "That might not be wise. Sasuke is a valuable asset to the village, and publicly humiliating him could motivate him to actually grow beyond his obsession," Naruto interrupted. "Or it could break him. Either way, Sasuke needs to understand that chasing others' strength instead of forging his own path is a dead end. I learned that lesson across multiple lifetimes. Time he learned it in this one." The Hokage sighed. "Fine, I'll arrange a demonstration match. But Naruto, don't kill him. We need every capable ninja with the Akatsuki threat looming." "I won't kill him," Naruto promised, but I won't coddle him either. The meeting concluded with Tsunade outlining current threats, alliance situations, and Konoha's strategic position. Naruto absorbed the information with the tactical mind of someone who had commanded armies, already formulating plans and countermeasures. As he left the office, Kakashi walked beside him. You really have changed. The Naruto I knew 3 years ago would have been more concerned about Sasuke's feelings. The Naruto from 3 years ago was still learning who he was, Naruto replied. I know now. I'm a king who has chosen to protect this village, but I won't sacrifice effectiveness for sentiment. Sasuke is my teammate, yes, but if he needs hard lessons to grow, I'll provide them. They parted ways, and Naruto made his way to the training ground where Hinata waited. She stood in the center of the field, practicing kata with fluid grace. Her gentle fist strikes were sharper than Naruto remembered, more refined and powerful. She'd clearly incorporated lessons from his earlier teachings, adding rotation and chakra enhancement to traditional Hyuga techniques. You've improved significantly, Naruto said as he approached. Hinata stopped her practice and turned to face him, no trace of her old nervousness visible. I had a good teacher before you left. I wanted to honor those lessons. You've done more than honor them. You've transcended them. Your gentle fist is now something unique, neither purely traditional nor purely my adaptation. It's yours. Hinata smiled at the compliment. Thank you. But Naruto-kun, we need to talk about us, about what you said before you left. Naruto nodded slowly. You're right. I promised to see if I could be what you deserved when I returned. I owe you honesty about whether I've succeeded. He moved closer, studying her face. The pale lavender eyes that had watched him with devotion for years, the gentle features that masked surprising strength, the determination that radiated from her very presence. In my first life, I was incapable of love, Naruto said quietly. I closed myself off so completely that I died utterly alone, surrounded by enemies, with no one who genuinely cared whether I lived or died. In my second life, I learned to love, but I lost everyone I cared about. The pain of that loss was devastating. He reached out and gently took her hand. This life is my third chance, and you, Hinata Hyuga, have been patient beyond reason, devoted beyond logic. You've waited for me while I learned how to be human again. That kind of loyalty is rare, precious. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered, her eyes beginning to glisten. I'm not good at this, Naruto continued, at emotional vulnerability, at opening myself to another person. 3 lifetimes, and I still struggle with basic human connection. But if anyone can teach me, if anyone deserves the effort of trying. He stepped closer, their faces inches apart. It's you. Hinata's breath caught. Does that mean? It means I want to try, Naruto said. I can't promise perfection. I can't guarantee I'll always be what you need, but I can promise that I'll make the effort, that I'll value what we could have together, that I'll protect you with everything I am. That's all I've ever wanted, Hinata said, tears now flowing freely. Just the chance to be by your side. Naruto leaned forward and kissed her, gentle, tentative, the action of someone relearning intimacy after lifetimes of isolation. Hinata responded with equal care, her hands coming up to rest on his chest. When they separated, both were breathing slightly faster, and Naruto could feel something shifting in his chest, walls he built across multiple lifetimes beginning to crack, allowing warmth to seep through. We'll take this slowly, he said. Learn together. But Hinata, if we do this, if we truly pursue a relationship, you need to understand what you're accepting. I'm not a normal person. I carry memories and burdens from previous lives. I'm a target for powerful enemies. Being close to me is dangerous. I know, Hinata replied firmly, and I don't care. I've trained for 3 years specifically to be strong enough to stand beside you regardless of the danger. Don't underestimate my resolve, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled, a genuine expression of warmth that softened his usually composed features. I wouldn't dare. Their moment was interrupted by an Anbu operative appearing nearby. Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage requests your presence at Training Ground 7. Naruto sighed. Duty calls. But Hinata, we'll continue this conversation soon. I'll be waiting, she said with a smile. I'm good at waiting for you. As Naruto followed the Anbu, Sylvie's amused voice echoed in his mind. Well done, King. You managed an emotional connection without running away. Progress. Shut up, Naruto replied without heat, And yes, it is progress. Terrifying, confusing progress. Training Ground 7 demonstration match. A crowd had gathered, Jonin, Chunin, Anbu, even some civilians who had heard rumors of a match between Konoha's most powerful young ninja. Tsunade stood on a raised platform with her advisors. Kakashi was present, as were other Jonin instructors. And in the center of the field, Sasuke Uchiha waited. He'd changed during Naruto's absence as well. Taller, leaner, with the sharp features of an adult rather than a teenager. His Sharingan was active, 3 tomoe spinning lazily in each eye. And his chakra signature had indeed grown significantly, solidly Jonin level, with hints of even greater potential. But when Naruto walked onto the field, Sasuke's confident expression faltered slightly. The gap in presence was immediately apparent. Sasuke radiated power, yes, but Naruto radiated authority. The difference between a skilled warrior and a king who had conquered kingdoms. Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice tight with controlled emotion. 3 years. I've spent every day of those 3 years training to reach your level, to prove that an Uchiha can match whatever you are. And have you succeeded? Naruto asked calmly, taking his position across from Sasuke. We'll find out. Sasuke dropped into his combat stance, Sharingan spinning faster. I won't hold back. I'm coming at you with everything I've developed. Good, Naruto said, because I'm curious to see if you've actually learned anything, or if you're still just chasing shadows. Tsunade raised her hand. This is a demonstration match, not a death match. Fight until one side yields or is rendered unable to continue. Understood? Both ninja nodded. Begin. Sasuke moved first, his hand signs flowing in rapid succession. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A massive serpent of fire erupted from his mouth, roaring toward Naruto with intense heat. The crowd gasped at the power. This was far beyond normal Genin or even Chunin capabilities. Naruto didn't move. He simply raised one hand. Mana manipulation, disperse. The fire dragon struck an invisible barrier and simply dissipated. Not blocked or redirected, completely unmade at the molecular level, the flames ceasing to exist as Naruto manipulated the mana particles composing them. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? Naruto was already moving. Void step. He appeared directly behind Sasuke, one hand extended toward the Uchiha's back. First lesson. Speed without awareness is useless. Your Sharingan tracks movement, but I'm not moving through space in a way you can perceive. Sasuke spun, launching a roundhouse kick enhanced with lightning chakra. Naruto caught his leg with one hand, the electricity crackling harmlessly against his unified energy field. Second lesson. Elemental enhancement is meaningless against someone who controls elements at a fundamental level. He released Sasuke's leg and stepped back. Try harder. Show me these developments you're so proud of. Sasuke's expression hardened with determination and frustration. Fine, let's see how you handle this. Chidori! Lightning chakra condensed in his palm, screaming with barely contained power as he charged forward. The technique was refined beyond what Kakashi had originally taught. Sharper, more controlled, more lethal. Naruto drew Dawn's ballad. The teal blade met the Chidori with a sound like thunder, and sparks of combined lightning and mana exploded outward. For a moment, Sasuke actually believed he'd landed a hit. Then Naruto twisted his wrist, and the Chidori was redirected harmlessly into the ground. Impressive technique, Naruto acknowledged, but ultimately insufficient. Dawn's resonance. His blade began to vibrate at frequencies beyond normal perception, creating a humming that made the air itself shiver. When he struck, a casual swing that seemed almost lazy, the resulting shockwave threw Sasuke backward 30 feet. The Uchiha crashed into the ground and rolled to his feet, coughing. His Sharingan spun desperately, trying to find an opening, any weakness, but Naruto simply stood in place, blade held loosely, completely relaxed. Is that it? Naruto asked. 3 years of training, and this is what you've achieved? You're stronger than before, yes, but you haven't fundamentally changed. You're still chasing power that belongs to others instead of forging your own path. Sasuke's expression twisted with rage. Don't patronize me. I've developed techniques you've never seen, power beyond what I had before. Manjikyo Sharingan. His eyes transformed, the tomoe merging into a new pattern. A 6-pointed star that rotated slowly. The crowd gasped. The Manjikyo Sharingan was legendary, a power that marked the absolute pinnacle of Uchiha capability. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from Sasuke's line of sight, targeting Naruto directly. The flames that couldn't be extinguished, that burned until their target was completely consumed. The ultimate fire technique. Naruto didn't even activate Realm Heart. He simply drew on his unified energy and created a barrier of compressed mana chakra. The Amaterasu flames struck the barrier and stopped, unable to penetrate, burning uselessly against an obstacle they couldn't overcome. Third lesson, Naruto said, his voice carrying across the silent training ground. Ultimate techniques mean nothing if your opponent operates on a completely different level of power. He dispelled the barrier, and the Amaterasu flames dissipated. Then he finally released a fraction of his true presence. His chakra mana aura became visible, teal and white energy that made the air shimmer and distort. The pressure of it drove most of the observing genin to their knees. Even jonin like Kakashi took involuntary steps backward. Sasuke stood firm, but Naruto could see him trembling under the weight of that overwhelming presence. "You want to see real power, Sasuke Uchiha?" Naruto's voice carried harmonics that shouldn't have been possible with human vocal cords. "Then witness what you're actually chasing." Realm Heart Awakening. The transformation was instant and spectacular. Naruto's blonde hair bleached pure white, flowing with visible energy currents. His eyes ignited with bright lavender light, ancient runes spinning in their depths like galaxies viewed from impossible angles. Purple runes crawled across his skin, each one glowing with otherworldly power that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. His aura intensified into visible flames of teal-white energy that made the ground beneath his feet crack from sheer pressure. Most striking of all, the mana particles in the air became visible, glowing specks of energy that danced around Naruto like fireflies, responding to his will. The crowd stared in shocked silence. This was beyond anything most of them had ever witnessed, a transformation that defied conventional understanding of ninja arts. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun desperately, trying to analyze the technique to find any weakness. But there was nothing. Naruto's transformed state operated on principles the Sharingan couldn't even perceive, much less copy. King's Domain. Naruto said calmly. The mana particles surrounding him suddenly expanded outward in a perfect sphere, creating a territory roughly 200 feet in diameter where Naruto had absolute control over fundamental properties of reality. Sasuke tried to move and found his speed reduced to a crawl. Air resistance within the domain had been increased 1,000-fold. He tried to form hand signs and found his chakra flow disrupted. The mana particles were interfacing with his energy system, creating artificial resistance. "This is the difference between us," Naruto continued, walking forward at normal speed while Sasuke struggled to even turn his head. "You're a talented ninja who has worked hard to develop impressive abilities. I'm someone who has transcended the normal limits of this world's power system entirely." He stopped directly in front of Sasuke, looking down at the Uchiha who was frozen in place by King's Domain. "But here's what you need to understand, Sasuke. This isn't about humiliation. It's about reality. You've spent years chasing my shadow, measuring yourself against me, defining your worth by whether you can match my power. That's the same mistake you made with Itachi, and it's destroying your potential." Naruto dispelled King's Domain, and Sasuke collapsed to one knee, gasping from the strain of fighting the technique's effects. "You'll never match me, Sasuke. Not because you lack talent or determination, but because our starting points are fundamentally different. I have literally lifetimes of experience and abilities from other worlds. Trying to copy that is impossible." He extended his hand, offering to help Sasuke up. "But you don't need to match me. You need to become the best version of yourself, not a copy of Itachi, not a rival to me, but Sasuke Uchiha standing on his own merits. That's where real strength comes from." Sasuke stared at the offered hand, pride warring with pragmatism. Finally, slowly, he reached up and took it, allowing Naruto to pull him to his feet. "I understand," Sasuke said quietly, and Naruto could hear genuine acceptance rather than grudging admission. "I've been chasing illusions instead of forging my own path. That's going to change." "Good," Naruto said, deactivating Realm Heart and returning to his base form. "Because when the real threats arrive, I'm going to need teammates who are strong in their own right, not shadows of others' strength." He turned to address the crowd, his voice carrying clearly. Let this demonstration serve as a lesson to everyone here. Power is important, but defining your worth solely by comparison to others is a trap. Forge your own paths. Develop your unique strengths. That's how you become truly formidable. Tsunade stepped forward, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. I've never seen anything like that transformation. Is that what you've been developing during your training? One aspect of it, Naruto confirmed. I have other techniques I didn't demonstrate. No reason to reveal my full arsenal in a friendly sparring match. Friendly? Sasuke muttered, rubbing his shoulder where Naruto's aura pressure had actually bruised him. That was terrifying. But educational, Kakashi interjected, approaching them. I think we all learned something today. Primarily that Naruto has officially surpassed every active ninja in this village by a margin that's difficult to quantify. Not the goal, Naruto said. The goal is being strong enough to protect everyone when the real threats arrive. And trust me, they're coming. 2 weeks later, Akatsuki encounter. The encounter came sooner than expected. Naruto was training with Hinata in a secluded forest clearing when Sylvie's voice suddenly echoed in his mind with urgency. 2 powerful chakra signatures approaching. Both S rank. Hostile intent confirmed. The Akatsuki have come for you. Naruto's expression hardened. Hinata, get back to the village. Alert the Hokage that Akatsuki operatives are here. Go now. Hinata wanted to argue, wanted to stay and fight beside him. But she'd learned during their training sessions that Naruto's tactical orders were to be followed without question. She nodded and vanished in a flicker of body flicker technique. Naruto drew Dawn's ballad and waited. They emerged from the tree line moments later. 2 figures wearing identical black cloaks with red clouds. One had blonde hair pulled into a high ponytail, his hands already forming clay creatures. The other was hunched and awkward, a massive puppet on his back. Well, the blonde one said with a manic grin. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara's been wanting to test his art against you, yeah. And Sasori of the Red Sand has been curious about the White King, the puppet user added in a surprisingly young voice. You've built quite a reputation in just 3 years. Naruto studied them with enhanced senses, analyzing capabilities and threat levels. Deidara was an explosive specialist with long-range advantage. Sasori was a puppet master with likely poisons and traps built into his constructs. Both were Kage-level threats individually, potentially stronger working together. Against a normal Jonin, they would have been overwhelming. Against Naruto, they had already lost. I'll give you one chance, Naruto said calmly. Walk away now. Report to your organization that the Nine-Tails is beyond your reach. Live to see another day. Deidara laughed. Confident, aren't you? Let's see if you can back that up. Art is an explosion. He threw a clay bird that rapidly enlarged, diving toward Naruto with devastating speed. Sasori simultaneously deployed his puppet, launching a barrage of poison-tipped Senbon needles from multiple angles. Naruto activated Realm Heart. The transformation was instant. White hair, lavender eyes, glowing runes. The clay bird and Senbon needles both stopped mid-flight, frozen by King's domain. What? Deidara started. Gravity magic, crush. Both Akatsuki operatives were driven to the ground by overwhelming gravitational force, their bodies pinned helplessly as Naruto casually walked toward them. I warned you, Naruto said, and his voice carried the cold certainty of someone who had killed thousands across multiple lifetimes. You came for the beast inside me? Let me show you a real monster. He didn't give them time to respond. Thunderclap impulse. Lightning cracked as Naruto appeared beside Deidara, Dawn's ballad positioned at the explosives expert's throat. Your clay manipulation is impressive, but it requires hand signs, doesn't it? Can't form signs when you can't move your hands. The blade flashed, and Deidara screamed as his palms were severed with surgical precision, not cut off completely, but damaged severely enough that forming seals would be impossible without extensive medical treatment. Naruto turned to Sasori before the puppet master could react. And you hide in puppets, control from a distance. Clever, but useless when I can sense your real body hidden inside that construct. Dawn's resonance activated, the blade vibrating at frequencies that disrupted the puppet's mechanisms. When Naruto struck, the puppet shattered like cheap glass, revealing a surprisingly young-looking man inside. You can't be this strong, Sasori gasped. No Jinchuriki should possess this level of power. I'm not a normal Jinchuriki, Naruto replied coldly. I'm a king who has conquered worlds, who has died and been reborn with all knowledge intact. You came hunting prey and found a predator instead. He raised Dawn's ballad, the teal blade gleaming in the sunlight. Now, I'm gonna let you both live, barely. You're going to crawl back to your organization and deliver a message. The blade flashed twice more. Sasori's puppet strings were severed, his chakra points damaged. Deidara's legs were cut at precise points that would heal eventually, but leave him unable to walk for months. Tell your leader, whoever they are, Naruto continued, that the Nine Tails is off limits. Tell them that the White King has claimed the Jinchuriki as under his personal protection. Tell them that anyone else who comes hunting will die, not be defeated, not be captured, but die screaming. He deactivated Realm Heart and stepped back, releasing the gravity effect. Now go, before I change my mind about showing mercy. Deidara and Sasori struggled to their feet, supporting each other, their expressions mixing pain with genuine terror. They'd faced powerful opponents before, had fought Kaja-level shinobi and survived, but this was different. This was facing someone who operated on a completely different scale of power, who had defeated them so easily that it was insulting. As they limped away, Sylvie appeared from the forest. You let them live. Gray would have killed them. Gray was wrong about a lot of things, Naruto replied. Letting them spread fear is more effective than killing them. Now the Akatsuki will think twice before sending anyone after the Nine Tails. And if they send stronger operatives, then I'll defeat them too. I've prepared for this, Sylvie. The Akatsuki are powerful, yes, but I've fought gods in previous lives. They're just humans with impressive techniques. Hinata returned with a squad of Anbu, ready to engage the Akatsuki. They found Naruto standing calmly, not a scratch on him, while blood stained the ground where his opponents had fallen. It's over, Naruto said simply. The Akatsuki came for the Nine Tails. They left understanding why that was a mistake. Tsunade arrived minutes later, her expression furious. You engaged 2 S-rank missing 9 alone? Without backup? I didn't need backup, Naruto replied. And if Anbu had engaged, there would have been casualties. This way, only the enemies were hurt. You severed Deidara's hands and crippled Sasori, one of the Anbu reported, having examined the blood and tissue left behind. I left them alive to deliver a message, Naruto said. A message that should discourage future attacks. The alternative was killing them, which would have just prompted the Akatsuki to send stronger operatives for revenge. Tsunade wanted to argue, wanted to lecture him about protocol and proper engagement procedures. But she couldn't deny the results. 2 S-rank threats defeated without friendly casualties, a clear message sent to a dangerous organization. Fine, she said finally. But Naruto, no more solo engagements with S-rank threats. I don't care how powerful you are, you're still technically a chunin. Start following proper command structure. I'll consider it, Naruto said, which was as close to agreement as he was willing to offer. 3 months later, mission to rescue the Kazekage. Word arrived that Gaara, Kazekage of the Hidden Sand and the One-Tailed Jinchuriki had been captured by the Akatsuki. An emergency meeting was called and a rescue team was assembled. Tsunade personally selected the roster. Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and, surprisingly, Hinata. This mission is critically important, the Hokage explained. Gaara is both an ally and a fellow Jinchuriki. His capture means the Akatsuki are accelerating their operations. You need to retrieve him before they complete the extraction. Naruto nodded. Understood. We'll leave immediately. The journey to the Sand Village was tense but rapid. Naruto pushed the pace, using Void Step to scout ahead while Sylvie flew overhead, her enhanced senses providing constant surveillance. They found the Akatsuki hideout within 2 days, a cave system in a desolate region, protected by seals that would have taken normal ninja hours to break through. Naruto destroyed them in minutes by manipulating the mana particles composing the seal structure. Inside, they found Gaara's body on a massive statue, the tailed beast extraction ritual already in progress. Members of the Akatsuki stood around the statue, channeling chakra to complete the process. We're too late, Sakura whispered in horror. They've already extracted the One-Tail. No, Naruto said, his enhanced senses detecting something the others missed. Gaara's still alive, barely. We can save him if we act fast. He turned to his team. Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, you three handle the Akatsuki members. I'm going to focus on Gaara. Alone? Kakashi protested. Naruto, there are at least 5 of them. And they're about to learn why that's not enough. Trust me, Sensei. I know what I'm doing. Before anyone could argue further, Naruto activated Realm Heart and charged forward. The Akatsuki members reacted instantly, abandoning the extraction ritual to engage the threat. Naruto recognized several of them from Jiraiya's intelligence reports. Itachi Uchiha, Kasame Hoshigaki, and 3 others he didn't immediately recognize. So the Nine-Tails comes to us, Itachi said calmly, his Sharingan spinning. How convenient. King's domain. The entire cave was suddenly filled with visible mana particles, all under Naruto's absolute control. The Akatsuki members found their movement slowed, their techniques disrupted, their chakra flow interfered with at a fundamental level. What is this? Kisame demanded, trying to swing his massive sword Samehada. The blade moved through the air like it was swimming through molasses. This is power beyond your comprehension, Naruto replied. He drew Dawn's ballad and moved. Void step. He appeared behind the 3 unknown Akatsuki members in rapid succession, disabling each one with precise strikes. His blade cut through their defensive techniques like they didn't exist, severing tendons and destroying chakra points with surgical precision. Kasame charged, Samehada absorbing chakra from the air around him. Naruto simply increased the gravitational field around the swordsman, and the massive ninja was driven to his knees under crushing force. Impossible, Kasame gasped. Samehada should be absorbing your chakra. I'm not using pure chakra, Naruto interrupted. I'm manipulating unified energy that your sword can't process. Now yield, or I'll show you what happens when someone tries to absorb energy they don't understand. Kisame wisely chose to yield. That left Itachi, who had been observing the entire fight with calculating red eyes. You're not a normal Jinchuriki, Itachi said. In fact, you're not a normal shinobi at all. What are you? I'm someone who has lived multiple lifetimes, Naruto replied honestly. Someone who has conquered kingdoms, fought gods, and died twice. This world's power structure is limited compared to what I've experienced before. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Then let me test those claims. Tsukuyomi? The Genjutsu technique activated, pulling Naruto into a mental realm where Itachi had absolute control. Here, in this space created by the Sharingan's ultimate technique, the Uchiha prodigy could torture victims for what felt like years while only seconds passed in reality. Except Naruto had trained against mental manipulation in his previous life, had resisted mind control from beings far more powerful than any Sharingan user. Interesting technique, Naruto said calmly, standing in the blood-red mental landscape without any sign of distress, but ultimately useless against someone with mental fortifications built across 3 lifetimes. Let me show you what real mental domination looks like. He didn't break Itachi's Genjutsu, he overrode it. The red landscape transformed into a throne room from Naruto's first life as Gray, vast and imposing. Itachi found himself on his knees before a throne, unable to move or resist. This is what it means to face a king, Naruto's voice echoed through the mental space. You created a cage thinking you were the jailer, but I've broken more impressive prisons than this. He released Itachi from the counter Genjutsu and the Tsukuyomi simultaneously, both of them returning to reality. Blood dripped from Itachi's eyes. The strain of having his technique reversed had damaged him significantly. Enough, Itachi said, deactivating his Sharingan. You've proven your point. Take the Kazekage. We're withdrawing. The Akatsuki members retreated, carrying their injured, leaving Gaara's body behind. Naruto immediately rushed to the young Kazekage's side, examining him with enhanced senses. He's dead, Sakura said, having reached them with medical techniques ready. The extraction killed him. Not permanently, Naruto replied. He placed his hands on Gaara's chest and began channeling unified energy, not to heal conventional injuries, but to jumpstart the fundamental systems that defined life. It was a technique Arthur had learned in his previous world. Resurrection through forced reanimation of life energy. Dangerous, difficult, and not guaranteed to work. But Naruto was more skilled than Arthur had been, and he had unified energy available that Arthur never possessed. Light erupted from his hands, flowing into Gaara's body. The Kazekage's chakra network began to pulse again. His heart started beating, slowly at first, then more strongly. Color returned to his skin. Gaara's eyes opened. What happened? The Kazekage gasped. You died, Naruto said bluntly. I brought you back. You're welcome. Gaara stared at him in shock. You resurrected me? That's impossible. No technique can. I've done impossible things before, Naruto interrupted. And you're not just any casualty. You're a Jinchuriki, a fellow container. We're rare enough that I'm not going to let the Akatsuki reduce our numbers. As they helped Gaara to his feet, the Kazekage studied Naruto with new understanding. You're different from when we last met. Stronger, but also more human somehow. I'm learning, Naruto admitted. How to balance strength with connection, power with compassion. It's harder than any technique I've mastered. They returned to the Sand Village, where Gaara was celebrated as returned from death. The rescue was hailed as a miraculous success, and Naruto's reputation grew even further. But more importantly, a bond formed between the two Jinchuriki, a mutual understanding of what it meant to carry a tailed beast, to be both weapon and person, to struggle with isolation despite being surrounded by people. If you ever need help, Gaara said before Naruto's team departed, if the Akatsuki come for you or any other threat emerges, send word. The Sand Village will respond. Likewise, Naruto replied, we containers need to watch each other's backs. The world has made us into weapons. We might as well use that strength to protect rather than destroy. 6 months later, Sasuke's return. The confrontation with Sasuke happened on a foggy morning in the forests outside Konoha. Naruto had sensed the Uchiha's approach from miles away. Sasuke's chakra signature was stronger than ever, refined and controlled in ways that suggested significant development. But there was something else mixed with it, something dark that made Naruto's expression harden. He's been with Orochimaru, Naruto told Hinata, who had accompanied him on what was supposed to be a simple training exercise. And he's coming this way deliberately. He wants something. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the approaching figure. His chakra network looks different. Enhanced, but also corrupted. There's something unnatural about it. Sasuke emerged from the fog, flanked by 3 others, a woman with red eyes, a large man with a massive sword, and a younger boy with white hair. All of them radiated significant power. Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice colder than before their previous encounter. We need to talk. About how you've been consorting with Orochimaru? Naruto replied. About how you've clearly taken power from someone who experiments on human subjects? I'm listening. Sasuke's expression flickered with something. Guilt? Shame? Before hardening back into determination. Orochimaru is dead. I killed him and absorbed his power. Everything he knew, all his techniques, they're mine now. Congratulations, Naruto said dryly. You've become a stronger version of someone else instead of forging your own path. Exactly what I warned you against. I did what was necessary to gain strength, Sasuke snapped. Strength I needed to kill Itachi to avenge my clan. And I succeeded. Itachi is dead by my hand. Naruto's expression shifted slightly. This was news he hadn't expected. Itachi is dead when? 3 weeks ago. I tracked him down, engaged him in combat, and won. Sasuke's voice carried triumph, but his eyes held something darker. I've achieved my life's goal, but in doing so, I learned the truth. What truth? That Itachi killed our clan under orders from Konoha's leadership. That he was actually a hero who sacrificed everything to prevent civil war. That I've spent my entire life hating someone who deserved my respect, not my revenge. Sasuke's hands clenched into fists, and now I'm here to make Konoha pay for what they did. Starting with you, the person who knew truth I didn't and never shared it. Naruto was quiet for a moment, processing. Then he laughed, a cold sound without humor. You think I knew about Itachi's circumstances? Sasuke, I've been dealing with my own burdens, being a Jinchuriki, containing memories from previous lives, protecting this village from external threats. Your family drama wasn't exactly priority information. He stepped forward and his presence intensified. But even if I had known, what would you have wanted me to do? Tell you that your revenge quest was misdirected? You wouldn't have listened. You were too consumed by hatred to accept any truth that contradicted your worldview. So you're defending them? Sasuke demanded. Defending the leaders who ordered the massacre? I'm saying that the world is more complicated than your black and white perspective allows, Naruto replied. Itachi made a choice, a terrible choice, but one he believed was necessary. Konoha's leaders made a choice, equally terrible, equally justified in their minds. You don't get to judge either without understanding the full context. Then help me understand, Sasuke shouted. Help me make sense of why everything I've worked for was built on lies. Naruto regarded him steadily. I can't. That's something you need to figure out yourself. But what I can tell you is this. If you attack Konoha, if you try to enact revenge on a village full of innocents because you're angry at dead leaders, I will stop you. Permanently. You think you can? Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the six-pointed star spinning ominously. I've grown too, Naruto. I'm not the same person you defeated months ago. Neither am I, Naruto replied calmly. But if you want to test that, I'm willing to indulge you. Just understand, this won't be a friendly spar. If you come at me with killing intent, I'll respond in kind. The team Sasuke had brought with him, his Taka team, Naruto realized, shifted nervously. They could sense the pressure building between the two ninja, could feel the weight of impending violence. Sasuke stood there for a long moment, his Sharingan spinning, his chakra flaring with barely controlled rage and confusion. Then, slowly, the energy receded. Not today, he said quietly. Today, I just wanted to see if you'd stand with Konoha against me. Now I know. Sasuke, Naruto called as the Uchiha turned to leave. If you ever want to actually talk, if you ever want help sorting through the mess in your head, come find me. But if you attack this village, attack innocent people who had nothing to do with your clan's tragedy, we'll be enemies. Choose wisely. Sasuke didn't respond, disappearing into the fog with his team. Hinata moved closer to Naruto, concern evident in her expression. Do you think he'll attack? Probably, Naruto said. Sasuke's drowning in grief and anger right now. He needs someone to blame, something to direct his rage toward, and Konoha is the obvious target. Then we need to warn the Hokage, prepare defenses. We will. But Hinata, understand something. If Sasuke attacks, I'm going to have to stop him. And stopping him might mean permanent measures. Can you accept that? Hinata was quiet, then nodded. I trust your judgment, Naruto-kun. If it comes to that, I know you'll only do what's absolutely necessary. They returned to the village and reported to Tsunade, who immediately increased security and prepared for potential attack. Anbu were mobilized, defensive barriers reinforced, and combat-ready ninja placed on high alert. But the attack didn't come. Days passed, then weeks, with no sign of Sasuke or his team. Intelligence reports suggested they were moving toward the Land of Lightning, possibly seeking refuge or alliance there. Naruto used the time to further refine his techniques and deepen his relationship with Hinata. They trained together, fought alongside each other in missions, and slowly built something genuine between them. Not the one-sided devotion of before, but true partnership. He taught her advanced techniques adapted from Arthur's repertoire. She showed him the value of patience and gentleness, qualities he'd lost somewhere across his previous lives. Together, they became formidable. Hinata's precision complementing Naruto's overwhelming power, her strategic thinking balancing his tendency toward direct confrontation. 2 years later, War Declaration, the Fourth Shinobi World War, began not with invasion, but with a declaration delivered simultaneously to all 5 hidden villages. A figure calling himself Tobi, claiming to be Madara Uchiha, announced his intention to capture all remaining tailed beasts and cast the world into an eternal genjutsu called the Infinite Tsukuyomi, a technique that would trap every living being in an illusion of perfect happiness, ending conflict by ending reality itself. The 5 villages, recognizing the magnitude of the threat, formed the Allied Shinobi Forces, an unprecedented coalition of previously rival nations united against a common enemy. Naruto stood in the Emergency War Council, surrounded by Kage from all villages, and listened to their strategies with the practiced ear of someone who had commanded armies across multiple lifetimes. They're thinking too small, he said finally, interrupting a debate about troop deployment. You're treating this like a conventional war, but Tobi's forces include resurrected legendary ninja, thousands of white Zetsu clones, and potentially the power of multiple tailed beasts. Conventional tactics won't work. The Raikage, a massive man who radiated power and authority, fixed Naruto with an intense stare. "And what would you suggest, boy? You may be powerful, but war requires more than individual strength." "I'm aware," Naruto replied calmly. "I've commanded armies in previous lives, fought wars that spanned continents. Trust me when I say that this conflict requires unconventional approaches." He stood and began manipulating mana particles in the air, creating a visible tactical display. Toby's strategy relies on overwhelming numbers and resurrected powerhouses. Our counter needs to focus on disruption, elimination of force multipliers, and rapid response teams capable of addressing S-rank threats independently. The display shifted, showing suggested troop deployments. Divide the allied forces into specialized units, frontline fighters to hold territory, reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence, elimination squads to target resurrected ninja, and a rapid response force led by the strongest available combatants. Gaara, now fully recovered and standing as Kazekage again, nodded thoughtfully. "You're proposing we use quality over quantity, neutralize their advantages systematically." "Exactly. And I volunteer to lead the rapid response force. Give me Kakashi, Might Guy, and a team of elite jonin. We'll handle the biggest threats while the main army maintains the front lines." Tsunade looked concerned. "Naruto, that would put you directly in the path of their strongest combatants, including potentially Madara Uchiha himself." "Good," Naruto said. "I've been wanting a real challenge." The council debated for hours but ultimately accepted Naruto's tactical framework. His reputation as the White King, combined with his demonstrated strategic acumen, gave weight to his suggestions. When the council adjourned, Hinata found Naruto on the roof of the building, staring out over the village. "You're going to the front lines," she said quietly. "It wasn't a question. I am. Someone needs to face their strongest combatants, and I'm the best option available. Then I'm coming with you." Naruto turned to face her. "Hinata, this will be dangerous. More dangerous than anything you faced before. I need you safe." "No," Hinata interrupted firmly. "You need me fighting beside you. I'm not the weak girl who needed protection anymore, Naruto-kun. I'm a Jonin-level combatant with 3 years of intensive training. I've earned the right to stand with you." Naruto wanted to argue, wanted to protect her by keeping her away from the worst fighting. But he recognized the determination in her eyes, the same determination that had kept training for 3 years while he was gone, that had driven her to become strong enough to match his pace. "Fine," he said finally, "but you follow my tactical orders without question. If I tell you to retreat, you retreat. Understood?" "Understood," Hinata agreed. Then she stepped closer and kissed him. Not hesitant like before, but passionate and certain. "And Naruto-kun, after this war, after we've won, I want you to stop holding back. I want all of you, not just the parts you think are safe to share." Naruto returned the kiss, allowing himself this moment of vulnerability before the storm. "After the war, I promise." The war begins. The battlefield stretched across multiple fronts, vast expanses where tens of thousands of ninja clashed against an enemy that seemed endless. White Zetsu clones emerged from the ground in waves. Resurrected legendary ninja fought with techniques that had been feared for generations, and the Akatsuki's remaining members coordinated devastating attacks. Naruto's rapid response team moved like a surgical strike force, appearing wherever the fighting was most intense, and systematically dismantling enemy advantages. When a squad of resurrected Kaji threatened to break through the front lines, Naruto's team engaged them directly. He faced the second Mizukage and third Raikage simultaneously, legendary ninja whose power had shaped entire eras. Realm Heart Awakening. The transformation was becoming familiar to those who fought alongside him. White hair, lavender eyes, glowing runes, but its impact never diminished. The resurrected Kaj found themselves facing an opponent who operated on principles they couldn't understand. King's Domain. The battlefield became Naruto's territory, and within that space, he was absolute. The third Raikage's legendary lightning armor was disrupted by mana particle interference. The second Mizukage's water techniques evaporated before they could form, the mana particles stealing moisture from the air itself. Ashura's judgment. Gravity and lightning combined into a technique that pinned both Kage to the ground while simultaneously coursing devastating electricity through their reanimated bodies. The technique didn't destroy them. Edo Tensei made that nearly impossible, but it incapacitated them long enough for sealing teams to arrive and contain the threats. Across the battlefield, similar scenarios played out. Kakashi and Might Guy worked together to seal a group of 7 swordsmen. Hinata led a team that systematically destroyed White Zetsu manufacturing facilities. The Allied forces were winning, pushing back the seemingly endless enemy through coordinated effort and strategic brilliance. But the real threat had yet to appear. Madara Uchiha. He descended onto the battlefield like a god, his mere presence causing thousands of soldiers to freeze in terror. Madara Uchiha, the legendary founder of the Uchiha clan, possessor of the Rinnegan, the ninja who had fought the first Hokage to a standstill. "So this is the vaunted Allied forces," Madara said, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Impressive organization, but ultimately futile. You cannot stop what's coming." Naruto appeared in front of him via Void Step, Dawn's ballad already drawn. "We'll see about that." Madara's eyes, purple Rinnegan spinning in eternal patterns, fixed on Naruto with interest. "You're the anomaly, the White King. I've heard reports of your power. Show me if they're accurate." He moved with speed that belied his legendary status, his hand forming signs. "Fire style, great fire annihilation." A wall of flames erupted from Madara's mouth, large enough to engulf entire battalions. Naruto responded by manipulating the mana particles composing the fire, dispersing the technique before it could cause damage. "Impressive," Madara acknowledged, "but insufficient. Wood style, deep forest emergence." Massive trees erupted from the ground, attempting to entangle Naruto in wood that could drain chakra and crush bones. Naruto activated Realm Heart and established King's Domain, the trees withering as he manipulated the life energy sustaining them. "Your techniques are formidable," Naruto said, "but you're fighting with abilities from this world alone. Let me show you what power from beyond looks like." Thunderclap impulse combined with Dawn's resonance. He moved at lightning-enhanced speed, his blade vibrating at frequencies that could cut through virtually anything. Madara barely blocked with a hastily summoned chakra shield, and even then, the impact threw him backward. "What is that weapon?" Madara demanded, studying Dawn's ballad with new respect. "No normal blade should be able to penetrate my defenses." "This is Dawn's ballad, forged in another world with materials that don't exist in this reality. It's not affected by your Rinnegan's abilities because it operates on principles your eyes can't perceive." Naruto pressed the attack, forcing Madara into defensive postures. Around them, the battlefield had cleared. Both Allied forces and White Zetsu army pulling back to avoid the clash between titans, Madara activated his Susanoo, a massive spectral warrior appearing around him. "Then I'll simply overwhelm you with scale." The Susanoo's sword swung down with mountain-crushing force. Naruto met it with Dawn's ballad enhanced with unified energy, and the two weapons clashed with a sound like reality cracking. For several seconds, they were locked in contest of pure strength. Then Naruto spoke 2 words, perfect integration. Crimson highlights appeared in his white hair as Kurama's chakra merged with his unified energy system. His aura blazed brighter, teal-white flames now edged with red. The runes on his skin pulsed with orange accents. Power erupted from him in a wave that made the ground crack and the air itself shimmer. And slowly, impossibly, he began pushing back the Susanoo's sword. Madara's eyes widened in genuine shock. That shouldn't be possible. No individual should possess this level of raw power." "I'm not an individual," Naruto replied, his voice carrying harmonics from 3 lifetimes merged into one. "I'm a king who has died twice and been reborn with all knowledge intact. I'm a warrior who has fought gods and won. And I'm a Jinchuriki whose bond with his tailed beast transcends normal limitations." He pushed harder, and the Susanoo's sword shattered. "You wanted to see if the reports were accurate, Madara Uchiha? Here's your answer. They understated my capabilities." Asura's judgment, full power. Gravity manipulation combined with lightning chakra enhanced by Kurama's energy created a technique that was visible from miles away. A pillar of teal-red light that descended from the sky and struck Madara's Susanoo with apocalyptic force. The spectral warrior shattered like glass. Madara was driven into the ground, his Edo Tensei body actually cracking from the strain. The entire battlefield shook from the impact, and when the light faded, a crater 100 feet across remained. Madara stood in the center, his body regenerating from the damage. But for the first time, his expression carried something other than arrogant confidence. "You've earned my respect," he said quietly. Few beings across history could have survived that technique. But this war isn't about individual combat. It's about achieving a goal that transcends petty conflict. "The infinite Tsukuyomi," Naruto said, "trapping the world in eternal genjutsu. You think that's peace? I think it's better than the cycle of hatred that defines this world. Everyone living in perfect happiness, experiencing their ideal reality. No more war, no more suffering. No more growth, no more choice, no more meaning," Naruto countered. "I've lived through perfect scenarios in dreams during meditation. They're hollow, Madara. Life has value specifically because it includes pain and struggle. Remove those elements, and you remove what makes existence worth living." Madara was silent for a moment. Then he laughed, a sound without humor. "You sound like Hashirama." He believed that too. Thought he could create lasting peace through understanding. And look where that led. Decades of war, his dream crumbled to nothing. Because he tried to impose his vision rather than let people forge their own paths, Naruto replied. "The same mistake you're making now. You can't force happiness, Madara. You can only create conditions where people can pursue it themselves. Philosophical debates are meaningless when the world continues to suffer," Madara said. "But I acknowledge your strength. So I'll offer you a choice. Join me in creating the infinite Tsukuyomi, use your power to ensure its success, or continue opposing me and watch as I achieve it anyway." "I choose a third option," Naruto said. "I defeat you here and now, end this war before more innocents die, and then work with the allied forces to create actual lasting peace through cooperation rather than forced illusion." "Then we're enemies," Madara said, and his power flared again. "Know that I respect you, White King, but respect won't stay my hand." The battle resumed, and this time both combatants held nothing back. Madara summoned meteors from the sky. Naruto countered with King's domain, manipulating gravity to alter their trajectories harmlessly away from the battlefield. Madara created wood dragons that could absorb chakra. Naruto destroyed them with Dawn's resonance, the vibrating blade cutting through Hashirama's legendary wood style like paper. Madara used the Rinnegan's powers, summoning, absorption, gravity manipulation. Naruto matched each technique with his own versions, refined through 3 lifetimes of combat experience. The fight raged for hours, reshaping the landscape around them. Mountains were leveled, valleys were carved. The very terrain became testament to their clash. And slowly, inevitably, Naruto began to win. Not through overwhelming power alone. Madara possessed vast reserves and legendary techniques, but through superior experience and strategic thinking. Every technique Madara used, Naruto had faced similar abilities in previous lives. Every strategy the Uchiha employed, Naruto countered with tactics developed across multiple worlds. Finally, after 6 hours of continuous combat, Naruto found his opening. Madara overextended on a wood-style technique, his chakra focused on maintaining the massive construct. Naruto used Void Step to appear directly behind him. Dawn's ballad positioned at the back of his neck where the Edo Tensei talisman was hidden. "It's over," Naruto said quietly. Madara froze, recognizing the danger. "You would destroy me completely? End whatever consciousness this reanimation allows?" "I would give you peace," Naruto corrected. "You fought for decades, suffered through betrayals and losses. It's time to rest, Madara Uchiha. Let the living forge their own future." For a long moment, the legendary ninja was silent. Then slowly he nodded. "Do it. End this. But know that someone else will rise to continue what I've started. The cycle doesn't end with my defeat." "Maybe not," Naruto agreed, "but it's a start." Dawn's ballad cut through the talisman, and Madara's Edo Tensei form began to dissolve. As he faded, his final words echoed across the battlefield. "You remind me of Hashirama, White King. I hope you succeed where he failed." As Madara disappeared completely, the White Zetsu army suddenly faltered, losing coordination. The resurrected ninja began falling as their Edo Tensei controllers were eliminated by sealing teams across the battlefield. The war was turning, Obito's gambit, but victory proved premature. As the allied forces celebrated Madara's defeat, a figure appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Tobi, revealing himself as Obito Uchiha, student of the 4th Hokage and survivor of a war that had broken him. Impressive, Obito called down. You defeated Madara, but he was just a pawn, a tool to gather the tailed beasts while I prepared for this moment. He raised his hands, and 9 massive chakra signatures erupted around him, the tailed beasts, all of them except Kurama, sealed within a single body through the Gedo statue. Behold the 10 tails Jinchuriki! Obito's form transformed, his body merging with the combined power of 9 tailed beasts. When the transformation completed, he was no longer recognizably human, a creature of pure power, neither entirely physical nor entirely chakra. Now, Obito's voice echoed from the transformed being, I will cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and create the perfect world. Naruto felt Kurama stirring within him, the 9 tails consciousness pressing against their shared mental space. Kit, this is bad. That thing Obito's become is on par with the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Even you might not be able to defeat it alone. Then what do you suggest? Naruto asked mentally. Let me out, fully, not just lending you chakra, but complete manifestation. Together, as true partners, we might stand a chance. Naruto didn't hesitate. He'd built a genuine partnership with Kurama over the years, earned the fox's respect and cooperation. Do it. Golden chakra erupted from Naruto's body, and Kurama manifested in its full form, a fox the size of a mountain, with 9 tails that could level cities individually. Climb on, King. Kurama's voice rumbled. Let's show this broken child why forcing happiness is the act of a fool. Naruto leaped onto Kurama's head, and the partnership that had taken years to forge activated fully. Their chakras synchronized, Naruto's unified energy merging with Kurama's vast power to create something unprecedented. Around them, the allied forces rallied. Sasuke appeared, his own transformation complete. He'd achieved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and was ready to fight for the village he'd once wanted to destroy. Sakura stood ready with Tsunade's strength enhancement. Kakashi activated techniques Naruto had never seen. The 5 Kage combined their powers, but it was Naruto and Kurama who led the charge. Perfect integration, ultimate form. The transformation that resulted made even Naruto's previous displays seem minor. His white hair now blazed with crimson and gold, flowing with visible energy. His eyes became a fusion of lavender and red, with patterns that resembled both Realm Heart runes and Sharingan Tomoe. His entire body was covered in glowing marks, purple, orange, gold, teal, each representing a different aspect of his combined power. And his aura became a corona of flame that stretched hundreds of feet, visible from anywhere on the battlefield. Kurama beneath him transformed as well, his red chakra taking on qualities of Naruto's unified energy. The fox became something more than a tailed beast, a divine guardian infused with power from beyond this world. Together they faced the 10 tails Jinchuriki Obito. You think combining powers will be enough? Obito's voice boomed. I have 9-tailed beasts within me. I am a god! You're a broken child playing with powers you don't understand, Naruto replied, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated in souls. Let me show you the difference between a god and a king. The battle that followed was cosmic in scale. Obito created tailed beast bombs capable of destroying entire countries. Naruto and Kurama countered with combined techniques that matched them in power. Obito manipulated reality itself using the Rinnegan. Naruto manipulated mana particles at fundamental levels, creating counter-reality effects. Obito summoned the divine tree that would cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto used Dawn's ballad enhanced with every aspect of his power to cut through its trunk. Felling a construct that had existed since the dawn of chakra, the fight raged across dimensions as Obito used Kamui to shift battlefields. Naruto followed, using voice step enhanced to dimensional levels, pursuing him through spaces between realities. Hours passed. The combatants were driven to their absolute limits. Obito's control over the 10 tails began to falter as the beasts resisted his domination. Naruto's perfect integration form was draining him rapidly despite Kurama's support. Finally, in a moment of clarity, Obito's original personality resurfaced, the idealistic boy who had dreamed of becoming Hokage before war and loss had broken him. Stop, Obito gasped, his transformation faltering. Please, I can't maintain this. The beasts are tearing me apart from within. Naruto appeared before him, exhausted but still standing. Then let them go. Release the tailed beasts, surrender the 10 tails, end this madness. If I do, I'll die. The extraction will kill me. Better to die having made one right choice than to live having made thousands of wrong ones, Naruto said, extending his hand. You were my father's student, Obito. He believed in you once. Honor that memory by choosing redemption instead of damnation. For a long moment, Obito stared at that extended hand. Then slowly, he reached out and took it. Forgive me, Sensei, Obito whispered, for everything. He began the extraction process, his body crumbling as the tailed beasts were released. One by one, they manifested, massive creatures that had been imprisoned for decades, now free. As the final beast emerged, Obito collapsed. Naruto caught him, easing the dying man to the ground. Tell me, Obito gasped, blood on his lips. Was it worth it? All the suffering, all the death, was there a path that could have avoided it? There's always a path, Naruto replied gently, but finding it requires accepting pain rather than trying to eliminate it. You sought to create perfection, Obito, but life doesn't need to be perfect to be worthwhile. Obito smiled faintly. I wish I'd learned that sooner. His eyes closed, his breathing stilled, and the last link to Madara's plans died. Naruto stood, deactivating perfect integration and reverting to his normal form. Around him, the tailed beasts gathered, massive creatures that could have destroyed the allied forces easily, but instead stood watching him with curious respect. You're free, Naruto said to them. All of you. No more Jinchuriki, unless you choose to partner with someone. No more seals forcing obedience. Make your own choices about what you want to do. Kurama manifested beside him in physical form, no longer sealed but choosing to remain. Some of us prefer partnership, but the choice should always be ours. The other beasts rumbled agreement. Some departed immediately, vanishing to remote locations where they could exist undisturbed. Others lingered, curious about this human who had offered them freedom. Across the battlefield, soldiers from every village stared in awe. The war was over, the threat eliminated, and the White King stood as the one who had made victory possible. The aftermath, Kaguya's shadow. But as Naruto turned to rejoin the allied forces, the ground beneath them all began to tremble. A portal of pure darkness opened in the sky, and from it emerged a figure that made even the tailed beasts recoil in primal fear. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the origin of chakra, the rabbit goddess who had birthed the Sage of Six Paths, a being from beyond this world who had been sealed for millennia. So, her voice echoed across dimensions. The seal has weakened enough for me to escape. How? Fortuitous. And here I find a battlefield full of chakra to consume. Naruto felt Sylvie's presence in his mind, her voice carrying urgency. That's not from this world. That's a dimensional entity on par with the sovereigns from my previous existence. Naruto, this is beyond anything we faced. I know, Naruto replied grimly. He turned to the allied forces. Everyone, retreat! This enemy is beyond your capability to face. Fall back to the villages and prepare defensive positions. Most of the soldiers obeyed immediately, recognizing the authority in his voice. But some, including Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Hinata, moved to stand with him. We're not leaving you to face this alone, Sasuke said firmly. This is suicide, Naruto argued. She's a god-tier threat. Then we die fighting beside a friend, Hinata said, activating her Byakugan. Better that than living as cowards. Naruto wanted to argue further, but Kaguya was already moving. She shifted dimensions, pulling them all into a gravity-enhanced realm where standing upright required constant effort. Amusing, Kaguya said, studying them. You think numbers will matter against one who existed before your civilization began? Let me demonstrate reality. She raised one hand, and massive bone spikes erupted from the ground. Not normal bone, but all-killing ash bones that would disintegrate anyone they touched. Naruto activated Realm Heart and established King's Domain, but to his shock, the technique barely affected Kaguya. Her control over dimensions superseded his control over mana particles within her created space. Interesting, Kaguya observed. You wield power from beyond this world. Where did you acquire such abilities? From living multiple lifetimes, Naruto replied. He drew Dawn's ballad, noting that the blades still functioned normally despite being in Kaguya's dimension, and from learning that some battles require risking everything. He activated perfect integration immediately, not bothering with gradual escalation. White-red gold hair, fusion eyes, complete runic coverage, blazing aura. This was his ultimate form, the culmination of 3 lifetimes' power. Kurama manifested beside him, equally transformed by their merged energy. Sylvie appeared in her full draconic glory, her body now large enough to match the 9 tails in size. Together, the 3 of them faced a goddess. "Even with all that power, you cannot defeat me," Kaguya said calmly. "I am the origin of chakra. Every technique you possess derives from my initial power." "Wrong," Naruto replied. "My abilities come from another world entirely, and that's your weakness, Kaguya. You assume all power follows the same rules. Let me educate you." He attacked with everything simultaneously. Thunderclap impulse enhanced to dimensional speeds. Dawn's resonance vibrating at frequencies that could cut through space itself. Asura's judgment amplified by perfect integration's complete power. King's domain pushed beyond normal limits to contest Kaguya's dimensional control. Sylvie breathed pure mana-enhanced dragon fire. Kurama launched tailed beast bombs infused with unified energy. And Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Hinata supported with their own techniques, not enough to hurt Kaguya directly, but enough to create openings Naruto could exploit. The battle was beyond anything the shinobi world had ever witnessed. Dimensions cracked and reformed. Reality itself bent under the strain of their clash. Techniques that could level countries were deployed casually. Kaguya demonstrated abilities that defied comprehension, switching between gravity realms, ice dimensions, acid spaces. She created vacuum fields that would destroy normal matter. She generated attacks that targeted souls directly. But Naruto had 3 lifetimes of combat experience. He adapted to each environment, countered each technique, found weaknesses in approaches that seemed flawless. Hours passed. Both combatants were pushed to their absolute limits. Kaguya's body showed actual damage, something that should have been impossible for a goddess. Naruto's perfect integration was burning his life force to maintain power levels necessary to fight her. Finally, in a moment of desperation and inspiration, Naruto did something no one expected. He stopped fighting. "Enough," he said, deactivating perfect integration and returning to base form despite the massive risk. "This accomplishes nothing. We can fight for eternity, reshape reality 1,000 times, and achieve only mutual destruction." Kaguya paused, surprised by the tactical withdrawal. "You surrender?" "I'm offering an alternative," Naruto corrected. "You want chakra to consume, power to sustain yourself. The shinobi world can provide that without you having to destroy it. We can establish a partnership." "You would bargain with the goddess?" Kaguya asked, genuinely curious now. "I'm a king who has negotiated with beings across multiple realities," Naruto replied. "Everything is negotiable if both parties have reason to compromise." He took a step forward, deliberately vulnerable. "You're lonely, aren't you? You've existed for millennia, watched civilizations rise and fall, been sealed and feared and worshipped, but never truly understood. I know that isolation, Kaguya. I've lived it across 3 lifetimes. For the first time, emotion flickered across the goddess's face. What would you offer that could possibly interest me? Genuine connection. Partners who understand your nature rather than fear it. The shinobi world has evolved beyond when you were first sealed. We have ninja who can channel massive chakra, who understand dimensional travel, who could possibly match your level given enough development." Naruto extended his hand. "Instead of trying to consume the world, help us grow strong enough to be worthy companions. Instead of being a threat to be sealed, become a teacher who elevates humanity. You could have meaning beyond mere survival." Kaguya stared at that extended hand for a long time. Then, slowly, she reached out and touched his palm. "You are either the wisest being I've encountered," she said quietly, "or the greatest fool. Very well, White King. I will accept this partnership, for now. But know that I will be watching, evaluating, judging whether your species is truly capable of evolution beyond its current primitive state." She released his hand, and the dimension collapsed, returning everyone to the normal battlefield. The allied forces, who had been watching through seer techniques, stared in disbelief as Naruto and Kaguya walked out together as apparent allies rather than enemies. "The war is over," Naruto announced, his voice carrying across the field. "Not through destruction, but through negotiation. Kaguya Otsutsuki has agreed to a ceasefire in exchange for the opportunity to observe and potentially guide humanity's development." There were protests, concerns, fears. But Naruto's authority was absolute at this point. He had defeated Madara, convinced Obito to surrender, and negotiated with a goddess. His word carried weight that superseded normal command structures. Tsunade approached, her expression mixing relief and exasperation. "You just convinced a dimensional goddess to join our side. How?" "By offering her what she actually wanted instead of assuming she was a mindless threat," Naruto replied. "Sometimes, the strongest technique is just understanding what your opponent truly needs." Resolution. 3 months later. The village celebration was massive but subdued. Too many had died during the war for there to be pure joy, but relief was universal. The Fourth Shinobi World War had ended without the total destruction many had feared. Naruto stood on the Hokage monument, watching the festivities below. Hinata joined him, leaning against his shoulder companionably. "You never did take the Hokage position," she observed. "Tsunade offered it to you 3 times this week." "I'm not meant to lead from a desk," Naruto replied. "I protect from the shadows, from the front lines. Let others handle administration and politics." "What about us?" Hinata asked. "What happens to us now that the war is over?" Naruto turned to face her, taking both her hands in his. "I told you I'd stop holding back once the war ended. I'm ready to try, Hinata. Ready to see if a king who has died twice can finally learn to truly live, to love without fear of loss." "I'll teach you," Hinata promised, "as long as it takes." Their kiss was interrupted by Sylvie's amused mental voice. "How romantic. The king finally admits he has a heart." Naruto broke the kiss to glare at the dragon. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" "Not particularly. Watching you fumble through emotional vulnerability is endlessly entertaining." Hinata laughed, a sound of pure joy that made something warm bloom in Naruto's chest. For the first time in 3 lifetimes he felt complete, not because he had achieved perfect power or conquered ultimate threats, but because he had found genuine connection, real partnership, authentic bonds that transcended strategic necessity. 3 lives, Naruto said quietly, looking out over the village. As Gray, I had power but no purpose, strength but no meaning. As Arthur, I found family but lost them to circumstances beyond my control. As Naruto, I finally have both, power and purpose, strength and connection, family that I've earned and protected. He pulled Hinata closer, Sylvie settling beside them. This is what I've been searching for across multiple existences. Not perfection, but completion. Not endless power, but meaningful purpose. Sasuke approached, having apparently decided that interrupting romantic moments was acceptable. The council wants to establish a new position, a guardian rank above Hokage, someone who protects the entire shinobi world rather than just one village. They want to offer it to you. Tell them I'll consider it, Naruto replied, on the condition that it comes with no administrative duties and complete autonomy in how I fulfill the role. They'll accept, Sasuke predicted. You're the only one strong enough to actually do the job. He paused. Thank you, Naruto, for not giving up on me, even when I was at my worst. You're my teammate, Naruto said simply. That bond survived multiple betrayals and a war. It'll survive whatever comes next. As Sasuke left, Kakashi appeared, because apparently everyone had decided this monument was the place to be. Your father would be proud of you, the Jonin said. Minato believed in protecting the village through sacrifice. You've proven that protection doesn't require sacrificing yourself, just being strong enough and wise enough to face threats head on. I had good teachers, Naruto acknowledged, and 3 lifetimes to learn from my mistakes. The evening deepened. One by one, the visitors left until only Naruto, Hinata, and Sylvie remained. Stars emerged overhead, the same stars Naruto had watched countless times across 3 lives. What are you thinking about? Hinata asked softly. How this time I got it right, Naruto replied. 3 lives, 3 lessons. Gray taught me that power without connection is hollow. Arthur taught me that love is worth the risk of loss, and Naruto. He looked at Hinata, at Sylvie, at the village spread below them. Naruto is teaching me that balance is possible, that I can be strong without being alone, powerful without being isolated, a king who protects rather than conquers. And what happens next? Hinata asked. After you've saved the world, defeated gods, earned every possible accolade? Naruto smiled, a genuine expression of warmth that had taken 3 lifetimes to perfect. Next, I learn how to live. Not as a king, not as a weapon, not as a reincarnation of someone who failed before. Just as Naruto Uzumaki, someone who finally understands that life's value comes from the people we share it with. He kissed her again, and this time no one interrupted. Around them, the village celebrated. Above them, stars wheeled in their eternal patterns. And for the first time since Gray's lonely death, since Arthur's tragic sacrifice, Naruto felt at peace. Not because the fighting was over, there would always be new threats, new challenges, but because he had finally learned the lesson that had eluded him across multiple lifetimes. True strength wasn't about being the most powerful. It was about having something worth protecting and the wisdom to protect it without losing yourself in the process. As the night deepened and celebrations continued, Naruto held Hinata close and made one final promise, not to the village, not to the world, but to himself. This life would be different. This life, he would get it right. This life, he would finally live without regrets. And as stars shone overhead, reflecting in Hinata's eyes, Naruto Uzumaki, former King Gray, former Arthur Leywin, current White King and guardian of the shinobi world, smiled. Because after 3 lifetimes of searching, he had finally found what truly mattered: the end.
The Leaf Village has never seen magical dominance like that before. If you loved seeing the strategic brilliance of Arthur subjugate the shinobi world, smash that subscribe button to join our guild. Who dares challenge him next? Comment your theories, ring the bell, and prepare for the next ascension.